girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done.
Well, hello everyone. Welcome in to West Virginia at the Voice of College Football. Hey, you know what? This is pop-up live stream. I was sitting here, didn't have much to do. Been just hanging out with the wife all day. We sitting out back in the yard. Beautiful day outside. And got to be a little bit later on, and she's not feeling well. She went to lay down, so I thought, well, I think I'll go live. So here I am. And I sent out some messages to people, and I've got somebody in the back room ready to come in with us. Mr. Jackson Johnson. What's going on, Jackson?
It's going pretty good. How's it going with you tonight, Joey?
Hold up that beautiful mug. Let me see that. Let's see that mug. Look at there. The Voice of College Football. You can get your merchandise over on topqualityshirts.com. Topqualityshirts.com, and you can get anything from West Virginia merchandise, Miami to, even just the Voice of College Football, top 25. It actually makes sense. We got everything over there. You go check that out, guys. But anyway, I wanted to just come on here and just talk about like rivalries. I don't, look, I want to talk West Virginia football, obviously. And West Virginia's got some really big rivalries. And I want to talk about my new show on Thursday night. And I played that intro there, but it was actually the wrong intro because I meant to play one called Crossover Thursday. Because what I'm going to do on Thursday nights, if anybody's paid attention for the last couple of weeks, we had Notre Dame on week before last, and then this past week we had Miami guys on. For some reason, I couldn't get Miami and Notre Dame guys to come on together at the same time. I don't know why, but they didn't get. I don't know. Catholics versus convicts, I guess, is real. But anyway, so crossover means they're rivals of West Virginia, and they're rivals with each other. So, in other words, Miami and Notre Dame are huge rivals, and Miami and West Virginia are a rivalry. West Virginia and Notre Dame's kind of a semi-rivalry, not really, but it is. I mean, because
it's definitely more of a rivalry than Notre Dame Stanford.
Well, it's more of a rivalry than West Virginia Kansas State or West Virginia Kansas or West Virginia Iowa State or West Virginia versus anybody in the Big Damn 12, right? I mean, seriously, it just is. I mean, I love the Big 12. Don't get me wrong. I'm not putting down the Big 12, but there's just no rivalries there for West Virginia inside the Big 12. Closest one now is Cincinnati, and Cincinnati is 3-18 or 20 now, or 20. I think it's 3-20 against us, or something like that. Well, where's the rivalry at there? So anyway, well, this Thursday night, I've decided that what, Pitt and Penn State are rivalries. West Virginia and Pitt's a rivalry. West Virginia and Penn State's a rivalry. Great crossover. So this Thursday night, be sure you tune in because we're going to have crossover Thursday be Pitt, West Virginia, and Penn State. And I'll have a Penn State, Pitt, and Gallon here along with me. So it's going to be a lot of fun. That sounds like a lot of fun. Hey, does Alabama
I'm
have any
excited.
rivalries? Oh, yeah, Alabama and Birmingham's your rivalry, right? Alabama, Birmingham. Is that what it is?
They're not even on our level.
Oh, man. I like to watch, I guess anytime Alabama and Georgia play each other, man, I'm tuned in. Unless West Virginia's on, of course, but I love that game, Alabama and
I
Georgia.
know everybody like talks about the Saban Kirby games, but I don't ever hear anybody talking about like the games like 1962, Joe Namath's first game as a college starting quarterback, or like 1965 where Georgia upset us with. I mean, guy's knee was down. I mean, it was down. Referees missed that call, but they beat us with 2-point conversion because back then we had ties. We didn't have overtime. That was a crappy
Guys,
era.
I've got the tree of knowledge in here with me tonight. I mean, Jackson Johnson goes all the way back to 60, 65 and talking football games. So, man, you probably watched every game for Alabama from 1965 and on, haven't you? I mean, that if it's available on YouTube, you've probably watched it. Am I
Oh
right?
yeah, you bet your
Yeah,
bottom
I'm
dollar
yeah,
I have.
yeah. But I see some people out there in chat. I appreciate you coming in with me tonight. It's just a pop up live. We're just having some fun. I don't expect a lot of people because it's Saturday night. It was a beautiful day. Here it was absolutely gorgeous. Everybody probably out hanging out with their families and having fun today, and they're hot and tired tonight, and just probably went to bed early or hanging out with their families still. But but everybody in the chat, we appreciate you being here. Mountaineer Mafia, appreciate you being here. Kelly McCourt, Hoghead, Jackson Johnson, of course, who's in here with us right now. And I think there's some people that's not typing in the comment section. So we appreciate everybody being here because there's a lot more than those 4 or 5 people that's here. Anyway, so all right, Jackson, I want to talk about rivalries. So let's talk a little bit about this first game of the year for West Virginia against Penn State. It's going to be a big, big game simply because West Virginia is expected to be pretty damn good this year. I mean, there's a lot of publications that aren't giving us credit, but some of them are starting to come around. If you look and you can find that, you can see videos out all over YouTube. You can see it on ESPN. You can see it on CBS. You can see it on Fox Sports. West Virginia might have a team this year, and there's a possibility. And um, so I watched an interview with Neil Brown, who said their goal is the playoffs. That's their ultimate goal this year, not to win the Big 12. Usually, when they ask him that question, he said, "Well, just like every year, it's to win the Big 12." No, his goal is to make the playoffs this year. So, and you know something, I can tell you just from experience with Neil Brown, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. He didn't say much about that. He just kept saying our goal is to win the Big 12, and things. Then last year, when we picked last in the Big 12, he said, "I guarantee you we ain't gonna finish last in the Big 12. It's like nuts. It's crazy. We've got too good of a team." And we ended up finishing fourth in the Big 12. And he said, I wanted to play for a Big 12 championship. This year, though, he kind of like overstepped that and said, "Hey, we got playoff aspirations here. We want to make the playoffs." What do you think, Jackson? West Virginia make the playoffs?
They can
Think
beat Penn State, absolutely. Like, I mean, I don't think you need to win the Big 12 if you beat Penn State. Like, you have to go 10-2, of course, after you beat Penn State. But you beat Penn State, that can be a reality. Because I mean, if Penn State can win out, like let's say they go 10-2. Like their only loss after West Virginia is against Ohio State or USC. Penn State, slays the dragon. That's Ohio State. You know who that makes look good? Penn State. But
Oh,
guess who else looks good? West
yeah,
Virginia.
West Virginia, exactly. Even though it is first game of the year, there's going to be first game jitters. There's going to be all that stuff. West Virginia returns a lot more
Big
production than Penn
non-conference
State does.
games are important.
Yeah, West Virginia returns more production than Penn State does, but Penn State still has a lot of talent, right? I mean, a whole lot of talent, but they got a new offensive coordinator, right? So there's going to be no, it ain't Penn State. Yeah, Penn State's got a new offensive coordinator. Shit, I don't remember now.
Yeah.
I get them confused.
He's from
Pitt's got a new,
Kansas.
yeah, and Pitt's got a new offensive coordinator too. That's why I'm getting confused. But Penn State, yeah, they do have a new offensive coordinator. So it's going to be kind of up in the air what's going on there. Pat Narduzzi is a defensive-minded coach, so they're going to have a great defense at Pitt. But when you're talking about Penn State, you're talking about elite players that go to Penn State, right? They're most of their roster is 4 and 5 stars, just like Alabama and Ohio State and all of them guys. So beating them's a little bit extra special. And guess what? I think we've got the talent this year to take them down. I remember 1984. We had not beaten Penn State in a very, very, very long time. I mean, they had a huge run on us because we played them every year. It was a big rivalry. We played them every year, but we just couldn't beat them. We came close several times, and things. Then finally, 1984, we did it. We beat them, and I remember the scoreboard because I was at the game. I remember the scoreboard flashing up saying "finally," and it was crazy. It was a lot of fun. Paxton says, Joey, what's the early spread? Is it out? Yeah, last spread I seen was Penn State was favored by 10, I believe. I'm pleased with what I've seen. Maybe it was, I've been a little bit more than that. I think it was 10, though. Penn State was favored by 10. West Virginia over under on the year. Do you know what it is, Jackson? Do you know what West Virginia's over under on the year is for from Vegas? Do you have any idea?
Oh, I saw where somebody was talking about West Virginia had over under 6.5. I'm like,
Yeah, is that
too
crazy? It's
small.
absolutely nuts. It's
Where are
plumb
they
damn crazy.
smoking? Like
I mean, we
they
go
smoking
9 and
menthols
4.
or something?
Right, we go 9 and 4 last year, right? 9 and friggin' 4, and return 90% of our offensive production and roughly 65 to 70% of our defensive production. We bring in some great people out of the transfer portal for to take up the slack on defense, and they go and pick us to just be like, oh well, they'll be all right. 6.5 wins. Yeah, it's Neil Brown. Yeah. Hey, look, I'm gonna tell you right now. I said it a long time ago. I really believe Neil Brown's a great, great, great coach, and I'm talking. When I say great coach, I mean I think he's going to be one for the era. I mean, I'm talking like I think by the time his coaching career is over, and I'm not saying it's going to happen at West Virginia. I think by the time Neil Brown's coaching career is over, he's going to be regarded someone like Nick Saban. Reminds me so much of Nick Saban. Same philosophy, team, same everything, same way he treats the players, same way he does things. It's like a complete mold of Nick Saban. It really is. So that really, I know a lot of people are going to be like, "Oh, Joey, come on, you can't compare him to Nick Saban." I'm not comparing him to Nick Saban. I said by the end of his career, I think he could be there. I really do. So I think he's a lot better coach than a lot
Well,
of people think.
you did say last year West Virginia was going to be having a winning season, like a 9-win season, and
I
a
did.
lot of people doubted you. And I mean, there's a reason why I call you the Wizard of West Virginia. That's one of the reasons, right then and
Mm.
there. You saw
You
something a
know,
lot of people didn't.
2019, I knew we wasn't going to have a good team, but I think everybody in Mountaineer land knew that. 2020, you know, COVID hit. Who the hell knew what the hell was going to happen in 2020, really? And then 2021, I said, we're not going to really bounce back. We're going to be about the same as we were in 2020, and we were. 2022, well, we ought to do a little bit better, but the team kind of let me down in 2022. And they really did. I mean, it kind of let me down in 2022. I was way off because I thought I thought we would win at least 7, maybe 8 games. I think I had our ceiling at 8 and our floor at 6 in 2022. But last year, there was no doubt in my mind that we were an 8, 9 win team. This year, there's no doubt in my mind that we're a 10 or 11 win team. No doubt whatsoever in my mind. Uh, One game that I worry about more than any other on our schedule is Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State is just got our number. Number one, even if we have a good team, they've got our number. Even if they've got a bad team, we've got a good team. But this year should be a really special year. And here's what I was looking at today. Oklahoma State has 2 very, very tough games before they play West Virginia because they got to play Utah, and then they got to play at either Kansas or Kansas State. I think it's Kansas State. They got Utah and Kansas State. Is it Kansas State? Utah and Kansas State back to back. Then they got to come. Then they got to come play West Virginia, or we go to them, but they got to play West Virginia. That's going to be an interesting friggin' game right there because hey, Ollie Gordon, I think Oklahoma State right now is a one-trick pony. I think it's Ollie Gordon. I think if Ollie Gordon goes down, Oklahoma State is going to suffer
screwed.
bad.
It's
I
like the
think they're just screwed.
It's like the Titans without Derrick Henry. You get at Derrick Henry, you can get at him very easily.
Yeah, and Ollie Gordon reminds me of Derrick Henry. I mean, does the way his running style, as big as he is, as physical as he is, reminds me a lot of Derrick Henry. I know Derrick Henry. Yeah, I didn't like what he did to us in 2014, I believe it was, and things. Derrick Henry's a good running back for Alabama. So Ollie Gordon's a great running back. Leading running back in the nation last year, and he didn't even get to hardly play the first 3 or 4 games of the season. So imagine what he could do with a full season under his belt. But playing Utah, Kansas State, and West Virginia, 3 back-to-back games, very, very physical games. There's a chance he's going to be sore, he's going to be tired, he's going to be wore out, may even be injured a little bit. Maybe have an ankle sprain or anything like that. That could hamper him when he plays West Virginia, and I think West Virginia's going to pull that win out this year. I think West Virginia's going to beat Oklahoma State. But so here's why I say this: I think West Virginia is deeper than Oklahoma State. Now, look, Oklahoma State. I don't know how many of you guys know this. They've got like 6-year seniors from tackle to tackle. 6-year seniors, not 5th-year seniors. 6-year seniors from tackle to tackle. They got a quarterback that's what, 7th or 8th year now? I mean, it's crazy. Like 7th year because of COVID and stuff. I mean, they have got a starting lineup that can compete with anybody in the country, and you wouldn't be shocked at all if they went and beat Georgia or Alabama or Ohio State or Michigan. You absolutely wouldn't be shocked. They have that kind of starting lineup. They don't have the depth. I don't think they have the depth yet right now at Oklahoma State. So, Ollie Gordon goes down, they're hampered in the running game. Quarterback goes down, they're hampered in the quarterback game. They can't afford to lose wide receivers. They can't afford to lose linemen. They can't afford to lose anybody. There's going to be injuries. There's going to be injuries. And so how significant and key are those injuries going to be? That's what I wonder about. So West Virginia has depth. Not a tremendous amount of depth, but they've got some depth. So you look at our quarterback, right? So Garrett Green's our starting quarterback, but Nico Marchio was a 4-star recruit that was recruited heavily by some blue bloods. Ended up at West Virginia, and he stuck it out. He hasn't got the start of single. Well, he has got the start games, but he hasn't been the starter. Right? He's got to come in last year. Garrett Green went down in the Pitt game early, and Nico Marchio came in and led us to victory against Pitt. Now, mind you, Pitt was a 3-9 team, so they weren't that good. But then we turned around next week, we beat Texas Tech, and the following week we beat TCU with Nico Marchio, our backup quarterback. He's really, really good. I Tim, yeah, I seen that. I see you coming as USC football. I do that all the time, Tim. I go in as West Virginia football at the Voice of College Football. But I appreciate you being here, Tim. It's like it's like the shoot. I forgot what I was saying now, but West Virginia's depth. So you talk about running back. All right. Well, we got C.J. Donaldson, who's a big, burly, bruising back who's going to come through there and just steamroll you, right? And then they want to throw Jaheim White in there, and he's probably well, he was the best freshman in the country last year. He averages over 8 yards a carry. And people say, "Yeah, well, he was the backup." Yeah, but this backup carried the ball. I mean, he had a couple hundred carries there. It's like he averaged 8 yards a carry.
Well,
So
and I'm looking at the stats. West Virginia was third in the nation, not third in the Big 12, third in the nation in the rushing offense. That's
yeah,
huge.
yeah. I mean, they're all back now. We lost a couple on offensive line, right? We lost Doug Nestor. We lost Zach Frazier, right? Zach Frazier now with Pittsburgh too. We lost somebody in the secondary, a couple people in the secondary, but we've brought in great transfer out of the transfer portal. We brought in some secondary people. Took somebody from Ohio State. Took a couple of people from Northwestern. And some really good players. So actually, if you look at the grade of the players, if you look at the grade of the players that left, transferred out, or graduated or went out, if you look at their grade and versus the grade that we brought in out of the transfer portal, we increased our roster. So that's really a good thing. So now what can happen is the depth at West Virginia can beat teams. Because if our starting quarterback goes down, a lot of teams are going to be like, "Oh, well, we got a chance now," because we're going to be pretty good, and they're going to be, if they can take Garrett Green out, they're going to think they got a chance. But in all honesty, our backup quarterback just as good as Garrett Green, probably a better passer than Garrett Green, probably a lot better passer than Garrett Green. He's not as fast, but he is a scrambler. He's a dual threat quarterback. So just like Garrett Green, so there's not going to be a miss thing there. C.J. Donaldson, our starting running back, goes down. Hey, we got Jaheim White. And if Jaheim White goes down, well, we've got C.J. Donaldson because they're both going to run the ball. They're both going to split carries. There's neither one of them going to lead the nation in running because they're going to split their carries. They're both so good. They're just going to split it. So anyway, let me get back out here to chat for a second because I've seen some questions. Let's see. I think this one right here. Baxter says, Joey, expect Baylor to try everything in the playbook. Aranda is close to the election year. Yeah, without a doubt, Paxton. Yeah, I think Dave Aranda's the hottest seat in the country this year. I really do believe that. I know that he came in and there's a big storm and he won the Big 12, but that was not with his recruits. He did that with. Now he's playing his recruits and Baylor's on a downhill slope. So yeah, I have a feeling that Dave Aranda could be fired after this year unless he has a bounce back year like Neil Brown did last year. And I just don't see that happening. He doesn't have the team that Neil Brown had last year. He just doesn't. So Tim says doing good, beautiful beach day. You went to the beach, yeah. You're out there on the coast, out there in well, you're out in Seattle, but y'all probably just went over to the beach just to hop, skip, and a jump, right? Right, Mitt? So anyway, Salas says saw Big Neil Breezy today at Colton Days. Got to say hi and good luck on the season. Good deal, Salas. Yeah, yeah. Let's see. See what this is. The offense is going to be fun to watch. It's going to be fun to see which wide receiver sets up. Yes, I'm looking forward to our receivers. Look, Hudson Clement, Preston Fox, Gallagher. I mean, Gallagher's a huge recruit. We stole him from Notre Dame. I mean, it was down between, I don't remember the three, at West Virginia, Notre Dame, and somebody else. I think it was Miami, maybe, that he was down to. It was just three choices. He chose West Virginia, and I know Notre Dame hated that because Notre Dame wanted Rodney Gallagher. We got him. He had a decent year last year. He didn't set the world on fire, but, it was his first year. He was just learning. I expect big things out of Rodney Gallagher. Hudson Clement and Preston Fox, hell, guys, they're walk-ons. They're walk-ons and two of the best receivers I've ever seen at West Virginia. Preston Fox, man, he just don't drop balls. It doesn't matter where you throw it. He'll catch that contested ball and come down with it. Hudson Clement, same way, man. Throwing the ball, he's just going to catch it. all he does is score touchdowns, just like um, oh gosh, who was the guy in 2018? Somebody help me out in the chat. Who was our 2018 guy that all he did was Mr. Touchdown? The Oh my gosh, man, goodness gracious, I don't know why that name's not coming to me. But anyway, yeah, I'm looking forward to this year. I am fired up. I mean, fired up. The more I look at things, the more fired up I get. So, all right, now I want to talk about something else too, because everybody's talking recruiting, right? There's a lot of things going on in recruits right now. And Silas says, I know you mean Joy, but can't remember the name either. Yeah, I know. Wheel, oh my gosh, not Wheel. Yeah, anyway. So everybody's talking the recruiting and talks about how the SEC recruits so good, so fantastic. Everything's peachy. You need to be in the SEC if you're ever going to be anything. Hey, the Big 12's not doing too bad in recruiting for 2025. And West Virginia's been tearing it up. Neil Brown is absolutely on fire. So I'm going to refresh this just to make sure it's still the same, and it is. Our team recruiting ranking right now for 2025 is 21st in the nation. We have 17 commits. Um, if we look at ratings, though, so I'm going to take a pull up an SEC team here. I'm just going to pull it up and let's look. All right, let's pull up South Carolina. Why not? That was the first one I've seen, so I'm just going to pull up South Carolina's recruiting rankings. All right, West Virginia is 21st in recruiting rankings, and with 17 commits. South Carolina is 33rd in recruiting rankings with 15 commits. Their average player on their team, their lowest one is 5.5 rating, has 5.5 rating. Lowest one on West Virginia's is 5.5. But here's another thing too. They have 2 players that they've recruited with no rating whatsoever. None. They have no stars. One's a kicker, and I don't know what the other one is. I think just an athlete. It's not listed here. I think he was just an athlete, but no stars. But that's not all. But how about Arkansas? Arkansas team ranking 35th in the country for 2025. Same thing, but their lowest player is 5.4 rating. Mississippi State, let me go over them. 47th in the country. They've got 3 players that have absolutely no stars, nothing whatsoever, and they've only got 1 4-star recruit at Mississippi State. How about Florida Gators? Oh my God. What's Sunbelt Billy doing down there? Does anybody know? So here we go.
I guess he's coaching in Gainesville somewhere.
Team recruiting ranking for Florida, 67th in the country.
Jeez.
67th
And that's
in the
Florida?
country. That is at Florida for
Oh my
2025.
God, that's bad.
67th in the country. Absolutely horrible for Florida.
One more
right?
time. One more time for the effect.
67th in the country. Florida Gators, 2025 class, 67th in the country. Think that in, SEC, 67th. You are down there on the level of Cincinnati. I don't know. Let me see what Cincinnati is.
You think that Jaden Rashada lawsuit had a little something to do with that?
Let's see where Cincinnati is, just out of curiosity. Let me pull up Cincinnati here. Cincinnati. Oh, yeah, Cincinnati's 50th. You are 17 spots behind Cincinnati. It's absolutely nuts.
Satterfield is doing a better job recruiting. Damn.
Yeah.
No wonder why Billy Napier's called Sunbelt Billy.
So this is nuts. So that's. Let's see who else they can compete with. Let's see where who else. How about UCF? Let's see where UCF is. Let me see where Central Florida is.
If it's higher than 67th, I'm gonna lose it. I don't think I'm gonna
Yeah. All right, UCF. Here we go. There, I found it. All right, UCF is 58th in the country. Florida, one more time. You are 67th in the country in the class of 2025.
Oh.
67th. Now, listen, I'm sure it's not going to stay that way. You'll bring in some 5 stars and pop up there. But you know what? That's telling right there. This is late in 2024. They're going to sign in December, and football season's almost started. Recruiting's almost over as far as who you're going to sign in December, right? I mean, recruiting's nearly done because football season's getting ready to start here. You know what? We're at what? This today makes what? We got 8 Saturdays to go, right?
Yeah.
8 more Saturdays.
Yep.
Yeah, we got 8 Saturdays to go in this kickoff. So when you're 67th in the country right now, yeah, that's not very good for you. That's really bad. How about? Oh, wait, that was USF. Let's see what UCF is. I'm sorry, that was USF. I had to click the wrong one. Oh no, it's even worse for you, Florida. UCF is 41st in the country.
Oh my God.
41st. You're 67th, Florida. What the hell are you doing down there? Yeah, I don't know. That's crazy. Yeah, that's just absolutely nuts. But I am proud
I think
of my
they've been out in the
Mountaineers.
sun a little too long, Joey.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. I am proud of my Mountaineers for right now, and it's not going to stick. But they're 21st in the country in recruiting for 2025, and I have a feeling we're going to be top 30. Just the amount of recruits we've got coming in, how good they are. Because most of our recruits, we've only got a couple of 4 stars, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so there's 2 4 stars with a 5.8 rating, but then we have 5 3 stars with a 5.7 rating. So that's right there with the 4 stars. So that I am really ecstatic about West Virginia's recruiting right now. Probably have a chance to have the best class we've had since probably 2009, I believe. I think there's always a possibility of that. I got her, pup. Appreciate you coming in and popping in here with us. I know she's not a college football fan, but she does host trivia with me on Monday nights, but not for the next 3 weeks because she said, Joey, them West Virginia fans just don't come and say hi to me. They don't come and talk to me. I'm going to take 3 weeks off. Nah, really. She's got something to do, but she won't be there for 3 weeks. But we do have Friction Vixen going to come in and host with us on Monday nights. So be sure you tune in to trivia Monday night at 10:30. So let me go back here and see what Silas is saying. He says, let's see. David Seals. Yeah, there it is. David Seals. You're right, Silas. David Seals. That's who I was trying to think of. Mr. Touchdown. Yeah, and Jerry Jennings too. But David Seals had, what am I thinking about? I think he had 19 touchdowns in 2017 and 21 in 2018, if I'm not mistaken. Charles Peterson in here with us. Appreciate you, Charles. The next 4 to 5 weeks is when the top 4 and 5 stars are giving their verbal commitment. Right. Rivals has Rutgers number 7 this morning. Yeah. Well, now, in all honesty, though, if you look at, let me go ahead and bring up Rutgers. Let's see where Rutgers is right now, and let's look at the type of recruits they're getting. You got to remember that quantity plays a big difference in this, right? Quantity does play a huge difference in this. So, well, here's why Rutgers is number 8 in the country. They have 27 commits. So, yeah, they obviously are going to be ranked really high. West Virginia has 17 commits. Let's see. South Carolina has 15 commits. UCF has 10 commits. So, for Rutgers, they have 27 commits. That's why they're number 8 in the country. That quantity is going to make a difference. Problem is, quantity don't equal quality. Just means though that you've got a lot of players. And Greg Schiano is doing a great job at Rutgers again, as always. He'll get it going again, I believe. I'm not saying that they're going to be back to true form back when he had Ray Rice, but I think they've got a pretty good team.
He's doing a tremendous job in Piscataway because, I mean, anybody that looked at Rutgers football before Greg Schiano, They couldn't name a single player or a single game they played.
No, no, no. And you know what? Another coach is doing a great job, and you can say the same thing about him. Nobody paid any attention and couldn't tell you a single player that played for them for quite a few years, and that's Kansas Jayhawks. So let's look where Kansas is in recruiting right now. Let's see how Lance Leipold's doing. They are
Oh,
42nd in the country with 13 commits. Um, they've
and
only
he's
got
not
one
leaving.
four-star. He's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere.
Nope.
Austin, can you turn your camera on for me just a second? Let me make sure that you. Thank you, Austin. Appreciate it. All right, how you doing, Austin?
I'm doing pretty good, Joey, on this fine Saturday night. Thought I'd come in and talk some college football with you.
Well,
Hey,
good.
Austin.
Appreciate you coming in. Let's see where Louisville is right now in the rankings. Let me go over here to Louisville. Let's just find out how good Louisville's doing. Louisville 2025. They're 46 in the country, but only 10 commits right now. So you'll get some more. So, but you have 10 and you're ranked 46. Only one four-star. Mason Mims. Oh, that's a good player, a quarterback. Yeah, Mason's a good player. You got yourself a good quarterback here.
Yeah, I feel like Brom's going to have plenty of good quarterbacks. I mean, you saw what he did with Jack Plummer last year. So I have full confidence whoever we bring in at quarterback these next few years, we're going to do just fine with. It's the other pieces around the quarterback that concerns me because those are
Yeah.
always hard positions to get.
Oh man, Joey, you
Yeah.
should have heard some of the conversations we had in the offseason last year. You know, I told Austin you're going to be very happy with Jeff Brom this year. Matter of fact, he's going to do a way better job than like Bobby Petrino in the first stint. That I can guarantee.
I mean, and Jackson, you were right. And I'll say this: I'm looking forward to year 2. If this is what year 1 was like, I can only imagine what year 2 could be. Who knows? We could be in the playoffs. I know that's reaching, but you never know.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to tell you, Austin. I think the ACC this year is really good. Is really good at the top, and I'm talking Miami, Florida State, Clemson. I see Louisville there, but maybe 4th or 5th. I don't see them ahead. I definitely don't see them ahead of Miami and Florida State. Don't shoot the messenger. That's just what I see. I just think Miami's the cream of the crop in the ACC this year. I think that's the team to beat. I really believe Miami's going to be has a great shot of winning the ACC this year. But I'm a Mario Cristobal fan. I like Mario. I think he's done a good job at Oregon. I think he's been building something at Miami, and I think he's got it finally this year. And I think you better watch out.
Yeah, I feel like Miami, if they would just not do like, as Jackson's famous words are, the mess around, they could be really good now with Cam Ward, who's a dynamic quarterback, can run, has the ability to throw the long ball. I don't know how he got messed up at Washington State. Like that guy should have been in the Heisman race a lot of years at Washington State. But as we know, Washington State sometimes don't get always the best recruiting. And sometimes they get the toughest competition because the Pac-12 was pretty good for a long time.
So, Austin, I haven't got to talk to you in a while, and I've got to ask you, what do you think about Louisville possibly, if let's say the ACC falls apart? I'm not saying they're going to. But let's say they do. Let's say Florida State, Clemson are out of there. Miami says, I'm out of here. North Carolina says, I'm out of here. What do you think happens to Louisville? Think Big 12?
Yeah, I think the Big 12 would probably be the best fit because a lot of our former rivals would be there, like Cincinnati, West Virginia. We used to have some classic games back in the day with them, and maybe like Memphis joins later on, and we could have West Virginia, Louisville, Memphis, Cincinnati all in the Big 12 together, get a chance to test ourselves again. You don't see Memphis?
I don't see Memphis. And here's why. With the conference realignment and the conference shift, I think there's just too many teams that could come to the Big 12 that would be so far ahead of Memphis, right? So I'm talking teams like Boston College, Syracuse, Virginia Tech. Yeah, all them teams are going to be looking for homes. NC State, I mean, I just don't see Memphis getting in the Big 12 uh, ever. I really don't. I mean, I thought that Memphis should have been brought in instead of Houston. That was my thought. I didn't like Houston coming into Big 12. I did not think Houston should have become the Big 12 and that we should have took Memphis. But at the same time, I didn't like the UCF pick either. But I understood the UCF pick because they've got such a huge fan base, a huge alumni base, and I think they're going to be really, really, really good at football. I'm not on the bandwagon this year like a lot of people are, but I think UCF is going to be one of the better teams coming the next couple of years in the Big 12. Now, Memphis, on the other hand, if they was coming to Big 12, they would be cellar dwellers. That's all they'd be. And as the same way with Houston, that's all they're going to be right now is cellar dwellers. And sorry, Houston, if you're a Houston fan, love you. Sorry, but now you've got a better coach. So I'm going to give my hats off to you. You got a better coach now, and you know what? You might have a good chance of building something down there again, like you had before. Thank God that you got rid of Dana Holgerson. The man can't coach football. He's a great offensive coordinator, best offensive coordinator in the country. You put him and Lincoln Riley together, you wouldn't stop an offense, right? Problem is they can't play defense. They have neither one of them know how to coach defense. I don't know if Tim's still in here or not. USC has had the worst defense I've ever seen from a USC team since Lincoln Riley got there. Absolutely just pitiful. And I've been telling them for a while, that Lincoln Riley can't coach a defense. Neither can Dana Holgerson, but they can both coach offense. So I think that Houston now has a shot since they got rid of Dana Holgerson and brought in the Tulane coach. What the hell's his name? Jackson?
Willie Fritz.
Willie Fritz, yeah. Thank you.
And one other thing needs to happen to make things better for Houston. Don't put any of their games on the NFL Network because that was bad luck for them against Rice last year, and sure as heck was bad luck against SMU in 2022. I mean, 77-63. That looks like a basketball game.
Silas says, Joey, I heard LED lights were going in a couple weeks ago in Morgantown. We'll add to the game day experience. Now we can do light shows, I believe. Yes, Silas. So when I interviewed Neil Brown, we actually talked about that because I asked him about the spring game. We used the helmet, earphones or whatever inside the helmet. And I noticed the players kept doing this and going like, I can't hear you. And so I asked him about that, and I said, "Is that going to be a problem come game day? Because it's one thing to have that problem in a spring game, but I don't want that problem to happen during game day." And he told me, he said, "No." He said, "It's fine, Joey, because when about as I think the following week after I interviewed him, he said they were going to come in. They were starting to wire the whole stadium for the sound system in their helmets." Putting in a better Wi-Fi system for them, a new system all the way throughout the whole stadium, and the LED lights. So yes, Alice, great point, and that's going to be a lot of fun up here, won't it? So Dave Brown, hey, you know what? That's the best guy in the world. Dave, hey, you want to come in, Dave? Come on in and talk some college football with us. I enjoy having you, man. If you like, let me post you a link. You don't have to, but if you'd like to come in, come on in. It's a damn computer.
Joey, I would
been trying to type for 5 minutes. I have trouble like that too sometimes, Dave. Go ahead, Austin. I'm sorry.
Oh no, Joey, you're good. I was just gonna say, Joey, I've been a little more softer on Houston, so to speak. I haven't been as rough on them, maybe as say you have, or maybe Jackson has. I feel like there's time for them to grow within the Big 12. Because it was their first year and they came from the American Conference. And this is no shot at the American, but the American's not the Big 12, not by a long shot. And I think Dana Holgerson just kind of got thrown in and was like, well, let's see how this goes. This is our new
Mark
journey.
Rogers, Mark Rogers said it best today, either today or yesterday, in one of his videos. He talked about how the overall the four newcomers last year, they were, oh my God, what did he say? 30 something and 18 in their respective G5 conferences the year before. In 2022, they were 30 something and 17 or 18 between the four of them. Then they come into the Big 12, and last year they won 9 games between the four of them. They were like 9 and 30 something. That step up is a huge step up. People don't realize how big of a step
18
up
and
that is.
31.
18 and 31. There you go. So it's a huge step up to come to a Power 5 conference. Now, I'm like you. I think Houston has potential, and especially with Willie Fritz now as the head coach. Under Dana Holgerson, they had no shot. Or I'm sorry, they just didn't have a shot. But under Willie Fritz, they have a very legitimate shot of starting to gain some traction now. They're not going to set the world on fire this year, I don't believe, but I do think that they're going to finish, somewhere probably around 14th, 13th, 14th in the conference, which is better than last. So yeah, I think Houston has a good shot of building something over the next couple of years. And there's Mr. Dave Brown in the background. Hey, Mr. Dave,
There
how you
we
doing,
go.
Dave?
Not too bad. I'm sorry. When he first came up, I wanted to type in go cards or something. I couldn't type nothing. I'd switch computers and everything. Good to see y'all.
So Dave
Uh,
Brown,
Let's see,
Dave Brown's a Cardinal guy too.
That's right.
Yeah, buddy. Cardinal Nation. Woohoo!
Now, you kind of went somewhere that got me thinking. I just heard a few days ago, maybe just a rumor, but there was talk of potentially Louisville joining the Big 12.
Yeah, yeah, that's
And,
what
and
I was talking about with Austin, asking him if he thought that would be an interesting pick. Go ahead, Dave. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then to that point, I would have preferred to have had some success in the ACC first. I hate to join something for 10 years, not ever win a title, and then move on somewhere else. I want to at least assert ourselves. We got to that title game last year, but we fucked it up. Excuse my French. But so there's that. And then they talked about what Florida State and somebody else going first, and having to pay the legal fees and whatnot. And others might be able to join after that without having to pay as much to get into the Big 12.
Well, there's a
That's
way
just
to get out of this for everybody, and that's for AW to just say, okay, we're going to join Florida State and Clemson, or not AW, just 6 of you, right? So we know Florida State and Clemson went out. Miami's a private school. We don't know what they're talking about on the background, but I can guarantee you they're not sitting back there just going, we'll see what happens. They're already looking for their next move. We just don't know
right.
about it because they're a private school. So there's 3 teams, and guess what? We know North Carolina's looking everywhere because North Carolina legislature done went and made a bill saying they got to play NC State and these other teams that are in East Carolina and all those guys, right? They got to keep them rivalries going if they move. So North Carolina's looking to move, or they would have never passed that in the legislature. They wouldn't have even tried that. So there's 4 teams right there that are probably gone. They only need 4 more to join, and the conference would dissolve, and they wouldn't nobody be paying no damn payoffs and shit. So
Right.
I don't know what's going on. That why would Louisville, Pittsburgh, Virginia Tech, East Carolina, why would them teams want to hold out in an ACC that's going to be so depleted if and when Florida State and Clemson and Miami and North Carolina leave? That will be it. I mean, that conference will go down the dumps,
Exactly.
You'd be looking at probably $17 million a year, maybe, for each team. It would just go, the money would go down so much. Even if you brought in, let's say you brought in Memphis, right? So you brought in SMU and you brought in Cal and you brought in Stanford. Let's say you go out and get Oregon State and Washington State and you bring them in. and you grab a Memphis and you bring them in, what conference do you have? There, there's no big television market. There's nothing that's going to be huge to say that's a game I want to watch this week. Nobody wants to watch Cal versus Boston College. Just don't want to see it. Nobody wants to see nobody in their right mind was going to want to see Syracuse versus Oregon State. It's just not going to happen. So it's no rivalry there. So what kind of conference would you have? These teams might as well jump on the bandwagon with Florida State and them and say, hey, we're with you. Let's do it. And go to their conferences, go to the Big 12, SEC, Big 10, wherever they can get in and go with it. And Louisville's not going to be left out. You know that. Louisville could have they could have joined the Big 12, but Big 12 took West Virginia over Louisville, as we know. But Louisville could have gotten the Big 12 back then. They ended up in the ACC. Great place for them. West Virginia didn't get in the ACC. We got snubbed. We got into the SEC until ESPN snubbed us. Then we ended up going to the Big 12, and that's what knocked Louisville out of the Big 12, because I think Louisville had already been voted into the Big 12. They hadn't been announced or nothing, but the vote had been placed, as far as I can remember. And then West Virginia, when the SEC took Missouri over West Virginia had to come to the Big 12, and so Louisville got left out of the Big 12. But the ACC picked up. Louisville's not going to go anywhere. They're going to be fine, I believe. I think they will end up in the Big 12. I really do. So I'm looking forward to that too. There was some great rivalries between West Virginia and Louisville.
That was the point. Next point I was going to make. The people that mentioned this the other day said this would give us a chance to renew our rivalries with Cincinnati and West Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
And Cincinnati's kind of up and down, a little bit. They've had some success.
I got a question for you, Dave and Austin. I've got a question for both of you. Why is Cincinnati a rivalry? I'm trying to figure that out. Like a lot of people say, West Virginia's got a rivalry now in the Big 12. No, they're like 3-20 against us, or 3-18 or 19 or something against us. That's not a rivalry. That's a familiar foe. That's no different than us playing Kansas State or us playing Kansas. It's just that they're closer, right?
It's a regional thing.
They're not going to out-recruit us. Cincinnati's not going to out-recruit us, not for a very long time. They have to upgrade their facilities so much to even come close to out-recruiting West Virginia. There's no rivalry there. And you know what? I've been to Louisville. I've been to your school. That's a beautiful campus. Absolutely gorgeous. There's no way Cincinnati can out-recruit Louisville. Why is this a rivalry? I mean, I'm trying to figure it out.
Louisville and Cincinnati?
Louisville and Cincinnati. Why is that a rivalry?
Well, it's because it's a regional thing. Because I think they were. My memory's not so good, but it seems like we played Memphis and Cincinnati in Conference USA in the 70s. So that would be part of it. I think Cincinnati was in the Conference USA for a bit. Again, my Metro, maybe the Metro Conference was what it was. Metro, if any of you guys have heard of or remember that.
And we always played for the Keg. Not to interrupt you, Joey, but we always played for the Keg and Ales too. I can always remember growing up watching it. That always used to be the thing. Because my parents grew up Louisville fans as well, and they were always like, "This is the Keg and Ales rivalry. This is the most important rivalry next to Kentucky." It's just a regional thing, like Dave said.
Right.
And we used to play the Big East a lot.
They're close. They're pretty close together. Cincinnati and Louisville, they're not a big difference apart. They're not a long distance apart. I can understand that part of the rivalry. I can. But you guys should absolutely be dominating them. I don't know what your record is against Cincinnati. What is your record against Cincinnati?
I don't have I can grab a yearbook, but my last one I got like 6 or 8 years ago.
I would say you guys have to be dominating that rivalry. I would think.
What are we looking at? Football?
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, bear with me a second if I can bend down this far.
I'm gonna pull something else up too while you're looking at that.
Well, that last game was in the 2022 Fenway Bowl. Yeah, Louisville won that one.
Let me ask you this, Joey.
Last football schedule I got
Joey, real quick.
2019.
So, do you think the ACC might have a Pac-12 situation where 2 or 3 teams may hold out, like Oregon and Washington State? Like they're saying, we love this conference, we want it to stay. We don't want it to go. Do you think there's a possibility of that? Or is the Pac-12 a different breed?
Well, Pac-12 is kind of a different breed, to be honest with you, just from what I've seen with they're coming in. Let me tell you what. Oh gosh, I just looked at this. Look here, guys. Cincinnati leads you 30-23. And wins. Their biggest victory was 51-0 over you. Your biggest victory was 70-7 in 2004. Now their 51-0 was in 1942. Their longest win streak was 12, 1929 to 1969. So they dominated you a long time ago. You guys own it now. From 2003 to 2007, you had a 5-game winning streak. Here we look at this all-time record. You're 73rd in the nation. They're 77th. They've got you beat in 3 categories, and that's consistent All-Americans. They're 66th, and you're 78th. They've got you beat in wins all time. They're 45th. You're 90th. But I don't know how long y'all been playing football versus them. And conference championships, they've had 16 conference championships, which makes them 32nd. And you have had 9, which makes you 76th. So yeah, but now their conference championships, we're going to remember, a lot of times it wasn't a big conference, right? So Cincinnati was in the Big East for a little bit. They won a share of the Big East one year, I believe. I don't know if they ever won the Big East outright. They won a share. I know they shared it with West Virginia one year, but that's the last thing I remember about Cincinnati about that.
And you gotta remember, Joey, Temple was good back in the day too. Temple was, I don't know if their football program's still alive, but they were a part of the Big East too back in the day, and they were pretty good.
Dylan, will you turn your camera on for me in the back room for just a second? Just to make sure it's you, buddy. All right, Dylan. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Hey, how you doing, Dylan? You have to turn your YouTube off, Dylan. It's going to echo on us.
Okay, let me do that real quick.
All right. Let's see. Let me go over here. I'm looking at well, I'm getting a big echo.
And Joey, I just saw we started playing Marshall in 1921.
You started playing Marshall in 1921, really?
Yeah, it's a 103-year-old rivalry there, if you will. Haven't played them in a long time.
So I've got a couple of Louisville fans here. Hey, Dylan, I'm gonna mute you just a second. All right. There we go. All right. So I muted him just a second so it wouldn't echo on me so much. Let me show you guys something. This is kind of crazy. West Virginia versus Louisville.
Yeah, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, 10-3. West Virginia 10 wins, Louisville 3. Longest win streak 4, 1984 to 89. Y'all won in 1990. And then we dominate you in every category with the exception of 3. Yeah.
2011. That was the year where Louisville, Cincinnati, West Virginia shared the conference.
2011. Yeah, I thought that we had a share with them one year. Let me go back to Louisville, or not Louisville. Let's go to Cincy. Let's see if I can find that one. That's Wikipedia. Here we go. Wikipedia, Cincinnati, West Virginia. Can y'all still see this?
Mm-hmm.
17-3. I said I thought it was like 18 or 19 or 20. 17-3. The West Virginia is at 17 wins, Cincinnati 3. There's no rivalry.
No.
And this is not even close because Hey, look here, all-time record, they're 77th, we're 29th. Conference championships, they've had 16, we've had 15. That's probably the closest. Bowl record, they're 75th, we're 77th, but we've been to a hell of a lot more bowls than they have. Their all-time wins, they're 45th, we're 15th in the country in all-time wins. They're 61st in bowl games, we're 23rd in bowl games. They're 66th in consensus All-Americans, we're 48th. Tied in Heisman's. NFL draft picks were 47th or 69. Tied in weeks in AP number one. Weeks in AP polls are 67th in the country. We're 31st. And first round draft picks are 82nd and we're 52nd. So yeah,
Well, the
there's
one
absolutely no
game.
rivalry there.
Well, I mean, like the one game I can think of at the top of my head is the '08 matchup with West Virginia Cincinnati. That 15-second comeback in the fourth quarter. You know, fans were leaving in droves, and then the fans that were just leaving, they're like, "Oh, we got to go back to the game."
There's been some nice matchups with Cincinnati. I'm not saying there's not. It's just not been to me. Now that's just me, and I don't know. Silas is West Virginia fan. Silas, is Cincinnati a rivalry in your mind to West Virginia? I don't see it. Todd Gwynn, how about you? Do you think it's a rivalry? I don't think it's a rivalry with West Virginia. Our rivalries are Virginia Tech, Pitt, Penn State. You know, a little bit higher echelon than
Maryland.
Cincinnati. Maryland, right? Maryland's not even really been a huge rivalry in my mind, although it has been a measuring stick. When we beat Maryland, we have a good year. If we lose to Maryland, we generally don't have a very good year. Always been a measuring stick for West Virginia. Does Louisville have a team like that? That y'all, if you beat them, you know you're going to have a good year. If you lose, you're probably going to have a bad year. Does Louisville have a team like that, Austin or Dave?
We've just been so up and down. I can't.
I would say for me, in my experience, I would say Notre Dame because we've played them the most. Florida State, maybe them too, because Florida State we've always seemed to play close, and Notre Dame as well.
Yeah.
Notre Dame's a new thing. I mean, we've only the last 15 years or less. Never played them while my parents were alive. My father would have loved that win 10 years ago.
2014 was the first matchup for sure.
Now
Right.
there are games. I will admit there are teams that West Virginia considers rivalry, or I consider a rivalry, that maybe their team don't consider us a rivalry. One of those is Notre Dame, and the only reason I say that's a little rivalry, it's just a small rivalry, but it's because we played for national championship in '88 and they beat us. We played them again in '92, I think, or '91 or '92, and we should have beat them, and ended up losing. It was 4th and 1. Our running back had 234 yards. It was famous Amos Zeroaway. Everybody remember famous Amos, right? That was our running back. He had like 234 yards, and it was 4th and 1. If we'd picked up the 1 yard, all we had to do was kick a field goal, and we'd beat Notre Dame. And we passed the damn ball. Why the hell did we pass the ball? I don't know. But we passed the ball, incomplete pass, turnover on downs. You know, I remember after the game, they asked the head coach of Notre Dame, what was the turning point in the game? He said, holding Amos Zeroaway to 234 yards or whatever it was, you know. So, Silas says, never thought Marshall was a robber. So Silas says, I never thought. He says he never thought it was a robbery, Cincinnati. I didn't either. And he says he also never thought Marshall was a rival, and glad the game stopped. I am extremely glad that game stopped. That was a no-win situation for West Virginia. If we win, we were supposed to win. If we lost, oh my God, it was the end of the world, right? So, yeah, I agree there. So, all right. Anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go off on a little rant there. Go ahead, Jackson.
But yeah,
I will say. Oh, go ahead, Jackson.
I'm excited to see what this year brings, you know, because I know some people have been not too happy about West Virginia being on Big Noon Kickoff. Me personally, I look at it as a good thing being on Big Noon Kickoff because you pull off an upset on there, You got good things happening to you afterwards.
Well, I think it's just because everybody wanted Pat McAfee in Morgantown for game day, Kirk Herbstreit, Pat McAfee, everybody there for game day, and they wanted that game day experience again. Big noon kickoffs getting pretty big, guys. It really is. So
Yeah.
I think it's just as big and just as good as ESPN, if you ask me. So
Well, and plus we don't know the contract status of Pat McAfee yet, so we're kind
right,
of wait mode for college game day.
yeah.
But what was it you were gonna say, Austin?
I was gonna ask Joey. Joey, do you consider TCU kind of a measuring stick game? Because y'all have had some memorable games in the past years. Like 2014 is like the biggest one that jumps off the page. When they were 7 and you all were like 20th in 2014. That was kind of a big game. It was on ABC. Do you
And
consider
college game day
TCU
was
kind of
there.
Well,
do you kind of
yeah,
consider them a
because
measuring stick game?
I do consider TCU. Well, you know, TCU and West Virginia are kind of similar in ways, right? TCU was in a conference that probably wasn't as good as the Big East, but was probably pretty damn good compared to the Big East, and fairly decent. And West Virginia dominated the Big East, and they after now, mind you, this was after Miami, Virginia Tech, and those guys left. West Virginia dominated the Big East for several years, right? And TCU dominated the Southwest. What was the conference? Was it Southwest Conference? I don't remember, but they dominated their conference. Then both of them come into the Big 12 at the same time.
Mountain
So,
West.
um, so you think about that now in Mountain West, yeah. But no, was it Mountain West? That was
Yeah, TCU dominated the Mountain
Mountain
West.
West. Okay. So you think about that now. You've got TCU and West Virginia both coming into the conference at the same time. So it kind of made a little rivalry there, but they're just so far apart that you can't really look at it as a rivalry. One game I can remember, with TCU was with that daggone quarterback they had that just ran all over us. That he was so good, Dana Holgerson giving him a high five on the sidelines because he was crazy good that game. That was the year that they played. They could have played the playoffs. That was 2014, right? That was 2014, Austin. Is that the game you're talking about? Or 2013?
Yes,
That was
2014.
2014. They could have made the playoffs. Yeah. So West Virginia beat Baylor. Baylor was number 4 in the nation. West Virginia beat Baylor, and TCU was number 5 in the nation, and West Virginia almost beat them. TCU ended up winning the game. That's what TCU was hanging their hat on to be able to get in the playoffs. They were like, we should be able to get in. We beat West Virginia, who beat Baylor, and yeah, but they didn't get picked. Right, the Big 12 got left out that year of the 14 playoff. Florida State went on to win a national championship 2014, Jimbo Fisher's only national championship. So,
Oh,
am I right, Jackson? You got to
that
correct
was
me if I'm
Ohio.
wrong.
That was
Ohio
Ohio
State.
State
Ohio State.
2014, Florida State 2013.
2013. Okay. So, but so 2014, yeah, because when you go back those years, I'm an old man. My memory doesn't work that well. So, and I'm doing this by memory, guys. But yeah, so TCU was a really good team that year. Probably should have made the playoffs. I feel like they should have made the playoffs. Hell, Baylor was a good team that year. I think the only game Baylor lost was West Virginia, wasn't it? Baylor ended up beating TCU, who what hurt them.
And they pissed away that 20-point lead against Michigan State in the Cotton Bowl in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Well, and it didn't help that they had a cupcake non-conference schedule.
And so yeah, I consider TCU a somewhat rivalry, just simply because they came into conference at the exact same time, and they were both like similar teams. TCU was winning a lot of games, getting big bowls, winning big bowls. West Virginia the same way, winning a lot of games, getting in big bowls, winning big bowls. Both of them coming to Big 12 at the same time. West Virginia comes in 2012, preseason ranked like 5th in the country, expected to do great things. We ended up going 6-0. Geno Smith didn't throw a single damn interception for 6 games. Everybody remember that? Everybody done handed Geno Smith the Heisman Trophy, and then we go and play a game, and Geno Smith throws like
Texas Tech
100
embarrassed you.
150 interceptions in one game. It was like crazy. It was like crazy numbers. It was like six interceptions or something. And from there on, it just went downhill.
So Joey, the quarterback for TCU in 2014, I just had to look this up myself, was Miles Boykin.
Boykin. Was that Boykin that year? I'm thinking it was Hill or somebody. So it might not have been 2014. I'm thinking about when they run all over us. It might have been 2013. See who the quarterback was in 2013. Was it Boykin? Sky's the limit. Was that Boykin that ran all over us and Dana Holgson high fives on the sidelines? Silas, was that Boykin or was that? I'm thinking it was somebody else for some reason. I'll go back up to the chat here and see if somebody said it by chance. I apologize.
Yes.
It was Boykin. Oh, okay, good deal. Yeah, okay, yeah, Boykin then. Yeah, he come over and Dana Holgson. I mean, I didn't. I knew a lot of people got mad at Dana Holgson for doing that. I really didn't blame him because that dude was pretty freaking awesome. I mean, hell, we couldn't tackle the guy. It didn't matter what we done. He looked like Tavon Austin playing quarterback. I mean, seriously, he just looked like Tavon Austin playing quarterback. You know, just being shifty and crazy and running around us.
You know, Joey, I got an interesting question for the panel. Jackson and Dave, we can all chime in on this, but I want to know, what was the one quarterback that when your team went up against, you feared to play him? Like, oh no, we're not going to do this. No. Who was that quarterback for y'all?
I'm going to tell you who it was for me, but I'm old school. 1985 or 86, I can't remember the year. West Virginia, Miami was #1 in the country and coming to Morgantown. And my dad and I were driving up to the game because we always went to every game together. We were driving up to the game, and my dad said, "We got a chance to win this game." I said, "We don't have a chance to win this game. If Miami's #1 in the country, they're going to kill us because of their quarterback." I feared him, and I was right. Vinny Testaverde. Vinny Testaverde was absolutely the best quarterback I'd ever seen to that date, and the best quarterback I've seen. Now I'm talking about drop back, pro style passer quarterback. I'm not talking about a scrambler, because then you have to get into Major Harris, Pat White, those guys. I'm talking about drop back passing quarterback, best one I have ever seen. Vinny Testaverde at Miami that year. He was amazing. That was the only time I ever feared going against somebody because they're a quarterback, and I was right. He threw for like 500 yards against us that day. It was crazy. I mean, he had a field day with us. How about you, Dave?
Probably the quarterback that I had the most fear of was
Still echoing, Dylan. I muted you, Dylan. You're still echoing.
Brett Favre when he was at Southern Miss.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
We've gone up against Marino, Jim Kelly, when he was at Miami, I guess, and stuff. But we got our butts handed to us by everybody that had a good team back then. Florida State, Miami, Florida, just anybody we played that was good. Pittsburgh. And then, of course, the West Virginia stuff started later, like y'all said, when Howard Schnellenberger got up to Louisville. We finally started playing West Virginia. Lost, 4 or 5 in a row, like you mentioned earlier. I've seen some great quarterbacks, and I expected to lose to them, and we did.
Oh, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, but, like, you can go back to the early 80s, and Boston College had a pretty good quarterback. Anybody remember his name? Anybody remember Anybody remember that one?
Flutie.
Matt Ryan.
Yeah, Flutie.
Matt Ryan.
Oh, I love watching the highlights, like where he was just scrambling, throwing a game winner on Thursday night football against Virginia Tech.
84 or something.
Dave got that right
No,
right
they
off the
went.
bat.
They actually went 11-3.
Was an amazing quarterback, but 4 years at Boston College, he never beat West Virginia. I never feared Doug Flutie. So he never
Oh
beat. He
yeah,
never beat.
Flutie. Yeah, yeah. When I'm thinking of, oh man, every time I'm thinking about Boston College greats,
Ooh, there's
Doug
another one.
Flutie
Yeah,
always
Silas. I
come to mind.
forgot about that. Michael Vick at Virginia Tech. Holy crap!
Ooh.
I forgot about him. Oh yeah, that was some fearful times when you had to go against Mike Vick too.
Oof. I'll
Yeah.
cheer
I
you up
didn't.
in
I,
a
I
heartbeat.
didn't like his brother Marcus. Marcus Vick.
I tell you this, and Jackson could share the same sentiment with me. And I know, he if he could stay out of trouble, he might be one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. But Deshaun Watson at Clemson, the game's never over with him. I always hated playing Clemson,
Well,
especially with Deshaun Watson.
Louisville had a pretty good quarterback here quite a few years ago too, and and I don't know. I mean, probably one of the I know he's the best quarterback to ever come through Louisville, right? You know, without
Heisman
a
Trophy.
doubt. Yeah. So
Teddy
best
Bridgewater,
quarterback.
maybe.
Ah,
Oh, for
I don't
me,
think.
going up against Trevor Lawrence was scary, man. Like nobody beats Bama by 4 touchdowns, and when they do, it's usually with Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever beat Clemson. So that's one of those rivalries in the ACC that
What do y'all think when I say Texas Tech and Kansas City Chiefs?
Patrick
Patrick
Mahomes.
Mahomes.
Yeah, that was some fun games to watch. West Virginia and Texas Tech back then.
Oh
Patrick
no.
Mahomes was a good quarterback, man.
Is that where Klingler went? The gunslinger. One of those Texas
I'm
schools, they had a Cliff Klingler or whatever. I can't remember the name.
Yeah, I know
Cliff
you don't. I thought that was
Kingsbury.
Kansas.
Cliff
That was
Kingsbury.
Kansas.
Yeah, he was the quarterback there under Mike Leach, and then later on he became the head coach.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Yeah,
Cliff
Cliff Kingsbury got hired for good looks and a good offense. That was pretty much it. Like,
Yeah, he had
You know,
a good
Joe.
off.
Joey, as much as the SEC and Big Ten people say about the quarterback play, I have to say the Big 12, they've had some murderous quarterback rows. Baker,
I
Kyler,
know it.
Patrick,
Yeah,
Geno's come through there.
Will Greer. There's been some great quarterbacks in the Big 12. Big 12 is pretty much known for some great quarterbacks, though. I mean, you look at Oklahoma's had some great quarterbacks. Texas has some great quarterbacks. West Virginia, Texas Christian, Texas Tech. Yeah, all of them have great quarterbacks. All of them have quarterbacks in the NFL that are still playing today in the NFL. Geno Smith playing for Seattle Seahawks in the NFL. Still, he got drafted in 2013. Still playing in the NFL.
the
Patrick
Graham
Mahomes.
Harrell days, I'll never forget those
Yeah.
days. Todd Racing. I mean, people forget about him. It's like, good grief. Chase Daniel was another fantastic one.
Missouri.
Salah says back when the Big 12 didn't play D. Well, did they not play defense, or was the offense just so damn good? That's what I always told everybody. Because everybody made fun of the Big 12, and I would watch Uncle Lou or Pigskin Pete or them guys. They'd be talking about, the Big 12 don't play defense. I don't think it was the Big 12 didn't play defense. There couldn't nobody stop them damn offenses. You ever tried to stop a Dana Holgorsen offense? I mean, play West Virginia back in those days in West Virginia offenses. Play Patrick Mahomes and stuff back there with Cliff Kingsbury and stuff. I mean, it was amazing friggin' offenses, just absolutely amazing. So, that's the thing about it. I don't believe it was so much bad defenses; it was just fantastic offenses that nobody could stop. And here's why: because Dana Holgorsen has told us several times, you don't have to have 100 plays. You just have to have 3 or 4 plays that you run over and over and over, and you get your players so good at those 3 or 4 plays, and they're just like short, high percentage passes, and then you practice a couple of long bombs down the field at practice, but you get your players really good at these short, high percentage passes, and you get your other receivers and the rest of your teammates good at blocking to know where to be on the field to block the players so they can break out and go. That's the key to that's the mesh system, right? That's the mesh system of college football. If you don't know what the mesh system is, watch. There's a great video on YouTube by Dana Holgerson about the mesh system. Watch it. You'll learn what the mesh system is. It's not anything spectacular. It's just high percentage passes, little screen passes, little bubble screens, whatever, wheel routes, stuff like that. But the blocking downfield is what makes it go. And you do that over and over and over again in practice. He would just repeat that constantly. That's why the West Virginia defense couldn't do very good. There wasn't a lot of time for the West Virginia defense to get good because they didn't get to work on the field as much as the offense did. The offense would just practice over and over and over again the same damn plays constantly to where it was just like second nature to them. So yeah, we would go out and score 58 points and lose 60-58 or 59-58 or something like that. It was crazy. But that's why I say Dana Holgerson can't coach college football as a head coach. Offensive coordinator, God, I'd love to have him back in Morgantown as offensive coordinator. I tell you what, that would be awesome. But
I wonder if Holgerson will go work for Kirby or something like that.
I look, I thought, well, of course, Nick Saban retired, but I kind of figured him and Nick Saban was going to team up down there at Alabama, and I thought, oh my God, if he gets Dana Holgerson down there running his offense, holy shit, there ain't nobody going to beat Alabama. But Nick Saban retired, but yeah, you're right. Could he end up with Kirby Smart? At some point, that would be pretty friggin' amazing because his offense is pretty unreal.
Joey, and we forgot another great Big 12 quarterback, Jalen Hurts.
Well, I didn't forget him. It's just that he was a transfer from Bama. It's not that I forgot him. He transferred to Oklahoma from Bama. So
I got you. You don't claim him.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't claim he wasn't necessarily recruited as a Big 12 quarterback. I mean, I claim him, sure. Jalen Hurts was a great quarterback at Oklahoma, but he was good at Alabama too. So
yeah. Hey, I mean, the way I look at it, I think Bama and Oklahoma can both claim Jalen Hurts. That's the way I look at it.
yeah, because he got the best of both worlds, right? Because he got in there and he got the Nick Saban knowledge, and then went on to Oklahoma and got the Lincoln Riley knowledge of offense. So he got the best.
And he still made the playoffs.
Right.
And he basically became a draft steal for the Eagles. I mean, that's a huge win for him right there, which, I mean, I basically felt like anybody that wasn't looking at Jalen Hurts was basically missing out. And, the 2018 SEC title game proved that. The 2019 season proved that.
And the thing about it is Jalen Hurts, but was really a great quarterback at Alabama and Oklahoma. And yes, he did take Oklahoma to the playoffs, but Oklahoma never won a playoff game.
No.
Still yet. The only team in the Big 12 to win a playoff game is TCU over Michigan. So you can sit and talk about TCU getting boot stomped all you want to by Georgia in that national championship game, and they did. They got boot stomped, but they still beat Michigan, and everybody was all high on Michigan. And you know what? If anybody watched that game, I think if that game was played 10 times, I think TCU would beat Michigan 7 of those. And here's why. The speed just killed Michigan. That speed of TCU in that game, anybody who watched that game knew Michigan was outclassed when it came to the speed of them receivers and those running backs and the quarterback. The speed just killed. Speed kills. That's what happened to Clemson in 2012 with West Virginia. That's what happened to Georgia in 2006 against West Virginia. That's what happened to Oklahoma in 2007 against West Virginia. The speed. And I can remember Bob Stoops talking after that game, and he said he admitted it. We didn't have the speed. They had too much speed for it, and that's how Big 12 teams are. That's why West Virginia is such a great fit in the Big 12. It's in the Big East. We recruited speed. We had great speed, right? You think about the guys we had, between Tavon Austin, Stedman Bailey, Noel Devine. I mean, these were amazing speedsters. We recruited speed, and we didn't necessarily recruit the talent. We recruit the speed and teach the talent. Teach them how to be wide receivers. Teach them how to be good running backs. They had the speed and get around the edge on you. You wasn't gonna catch them. And I
Ooh,
think
the Pat White,
that's what
Steve Spring
changed.
days. I'll never forget them.
That's what changed Oklahoma was after that 2008 Fiesta Bowl when West Virginia boot stomped them 48-21 or whatever it was. Bob Stoops came back to Oklahoma and said, "I got to get some speed," and he started recruiting speed. And then you started seeing Oklahoma start pick up and get faster and faster and better and better. So, I will be right back, guys. You guys keep the show going. Jackson, keep the show going for me. Dave, Austin, y'all guys keep it going for me just a second. I'll be right back.
I
Yeah,
figured it.
and I gotta piggyback off what Joey said about that TCU team. It's Quentin Johnson, the receiver on the outside. He was taken first overall last year in the draft to the Chargers. And a lot of people say, "Oh, well, TCU didn't have the talent." And to an extent, I agree. They don't have the Georgia level talent or even the Michigan level talent, but they still had a receiver go in the first round. So they weren't completely devoid of talent. It wasn't like they were lining up against a team that was all that bad, like the critics are saying. That's why I think, like what Joey was saying, the Big 12 sometimes doesn't always get the respect that it deserves.
I agree with that.
Agreed.
I've enjoyed watching TCU kind of be a Cinderella type of school. I mean, they're not the biggest name in Texas. When you got Texas, Texas Tech, Texas, whatever, But
Oh
they
hell, I
just,
think Utah can definitely have that same effect once they officially join the Big 12. But the question is, how are they going to be without Kyle Whittingham? That's going to be the question because we don't know how long he's going to be coaching. I mean, does he have a after 2024? Will he be there for 2025, 2026? That's going to be a question for the future of Utah football right there.
I didn't realize, and that's how far behind I am on the national scope of things. So he went from Notre Dame to Utah, basically. Is that what I'm?
I was talking about Kyle Whittingham.
Oh, where was Whittingham from before Utah? I'm
He's
reading
from BYU.
Okay, so he's been out west all this time, then.
Yep.
Okay.
And I know a lot of people are probably picking Utah to win the Big 12, but I wouldn't sleep on Oklahoma State yet either. They're the team that went to the Big 12 title game, and they're returning arguably one of the best running backs in the nation, Ollie Gordon.
Ollie Gordon. It was funny though. Like I was watching Oklahoma State Texas A&M last year. All everybody talked about was what a bad day A&M had. Nobody talked about a good day that Ollie Gordon had. It's like, you're not slick, ESPN. Oh, that's right. We know who's paying your chats.
Scott Lemon, appreciate you being here. Yeah, he says anytime we beat Penn State and Pitt, that's a great memory. Yeah. When was the last time we beat them both in the same season? 84?
It's got to be
84
19.
maybe? No, 88. 88. 88. We beat them both in the same season. Pitt and Penn State. I think that's the last time is 88. We beat them both. Timothy Green in the house with us. Timothy Green, appreciate you being here. He's our resident West Virginia fan. Always here with us. Appreciate you popping in with us, Timothy. He says he just got back in Richard County and just got on the internet. Had to pop in and hit the old algorithm for us. Appreciate you, Timothy. Red Blanket. Hey, the good old buddy of mine from over on 365 Sports, he's always over there hanging out in the chat. Wet Blankets, good guy. Mason Rudolph
Oh
and
man, he's a
Brandon
cool
Wheaton.
dude.
Oh man, look at there. How about that? How about those two? Mason Randolph, Brandon Wheaton. How about that,
Oh
Jack?
Mark. Oh yeah, Mark's gonna love this, man. And
Oh man.
and man, with Timothy Green, man, you are awesome, man. And I'm glad your internet's getting fixed.
And UCF says UCF and USF is a fun young rivalry. Yeah, and if USF can get back to their form back in the 2006, 7, 8, 9, that era, if USF can get back to that, I think USF could get into a power conference just like UCF did. I would take, honestly, just me. I know because earlier in the show we was talking about Memphis coming to a big power conference. I would take USF over Memphis, just simply because of the recruiting ground down here in Florida. It's so fertile. You're talking. You got to realize you in Florida. They are supporting Florida State, Florida, USF, UCF. I mean, there are some big schools, good football programs down there in Florida, Miami. That the state of Florida is supporting. They have tons of national championships between those programs, and just recruiting Florida. I know everybody says Texas, and Texas is the same way. Yeah, Texas is a lot bigger state than Florida. You're talking a state that
I'll be honest with you, Joe. You know how we were talking about a little while ago tonight about how the North Carolina state law is that you got to play like your in-state rivals?
right.
Can we have something like that for Florida, Florida State, Miami? That way Florida can't avoid Miami.
Well, you know what I was thinking is Florida played their first road game out of conference in like 30 years last year.
Right.
And so I'm thinking that maybe there ought to be some kind of a national law that says Florida has to play an out of conference home game, a road
There
game.
we go. Florida's
Out
got
of
to
state
play
of-
Florida State. They got to play Florida State, Miami. They have to rotate UCF for like 2 years. Then it's like Florida State, Miami. Then it's like South Florida, Florida Atlantic. There you go,
No,
Florida.
I want
That's
them.
your cupcake
I want
game.
them to have a true road game outside the state of Florida
There we go.
on a non-conference.
So
They
say-
hadn't done that in like 30 years. So they did that last year for the first time in like 30 years. So I'd like to see them have to do that for a few years. Yeah,
Let's
they
make
got
Florida go to Oregon.
They lost. They left the state of Florida for an out of conference game against Utah, wasn't it? And
Yep.
lost. So hey, let's keep them doing that.
Yeah, and funny enough, 1991 against Syracuse, they lost that game. So let's say let's make Florida go to Oregon, and we put that little sucker on CBS.
Yeah.
What
So,
Florida
yeah,
do to you guys?
We'll have a great time.
Well, Florida. Florida's just Florida. I don't know of anybody
They're
unless you
pitiful.
are a Florida, unless you are born and raised a Florida fan. I just don't know anybody that becomes a Florida fan just to become one. I mean, I really don't. Do you guys, Dave? Do you know anybody that's a Florida fan that just became a Florida fan because they wanted to?
I don't know why,
Like-
but my father, because they lived on Sanibel Island, but he was a Florida fan, and I was always a Miami fan. Something he picked up on Florida, but I guess just from living down there, and he didn't care.
Oh man,
care for Miami.
oh man, what
Weird.
were
I
the
have no
words?
idea why.
What
Louisville.
was
But
it
he- but-
like?
But he
in
was
your
born
lifetime
into it,
with-
right?
No,
What
he's
was
born
it
in
like?
Louisville.
Oh, okay.
Oh man, what was it like when Florida decided we weren't going to play Miami because of the conference schedule back in the 80s?
I don't remember that.
Yeah,
What happened?
1987 was the last time they played annually, and I think they were going to try to do like a home and home in the 90s, but they weren't going to do that. So instead, the next match that they played each other was in, I believe it was in the 01 Sugar Bowl.
Well, that's because I think the reason for that though is Miami joined the Big East, and Florida was in the SEC. I think that's why that stopped. That rivalry had to stop. Is because
Yeah,
Miami
but
joined the
Miami
Big
and
East.
Florida. Yeah, but Miami and Florida State were still able to play each other annually, when Miami was in the Big East. So it's like they should
Yeah.
have somebody should have found a way to just have like Florida State and Miami play each other. Because I mean, do you know the games we missed out on in the 90s? The
That
games we
reminds
could have
me.
had Florida
That reminds me.
Miami.
But I'll tell y'all. I'm going to tell y'all one more time and tell everybody in the chat one more time about our new show that I'm doing on this channel called Crossover. So I'm looking at teams that are like. So I'm a West Virginia fan, obviously. So right now, I'm looking for rivalries of West Virginia. So last week we had Miami guy on, and the week before we had a Notre Dame guy on, because Notre Dame and Miami have a rivalry. We all know about that, Catholics versus convicts. But West Virginia and Miami had a huge rivalry. West Virginia and Notre Dame have a very small rivalry, but it's a rivalry. And so that was a crossover. Now, this week, I'm wanting to do Pitt, Penn State, and West Virginia because all three of them are rivals with each other. And so it's like a crossover rivalry thing, right? I'm wanting to do that. That would be a good one for the future, too. Miami, Florida, and Florida State crossover rivalry there. That would be pretty good topic there. I don't know if I would be able to get a Miami, Florida, and Florida State fan on the air at the same time and have it be rated PG, but it would be kind
Oh,
of fun.
we could put it on it. We could sell that episode to
How about
HBO.
how about Louisville? How about Louisville and West Virginia and Cincinnati? That would be a good crossover rivalry, right? So I could have Dave and Austin come in here for Louisville, grab a Cincinnati fan if I can find one. Grab a Cincinnati fan.
Oh man, or a Kentucky fan. That'd be another good one right there.
Yeah, Whiskey and Kentucky are they just don't play. They play in basketball. That's got a good rivalry in basketball, but not really a rivalry in
I,
football.
I tell you what would be a good rivalry, Joey. That even Jackson has mentioned that needs to come back if Missouri would stop whining. Kansas and Missouri.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, now that Kansas is good again. Yeah, now that Kansas
It
is
was
good
funny
again.
though, like when the Liberty Bowl was gonna be happening for 2022, instead of Kansas, Arkansas, we almost had Kansas, Missouri. And it was funny though, Reddit College Football was saying, should we have Kansas, Missouri? And the Liberty Bowl retweets them and goes, that's not a bad idea. I like it. I mean, the fact that you got the freaking Liberty Bowl saying we want to have Kansas, Missouri, basically should have told us right then and there that it should have happened. And Missouri was just like, no, we don't want to play Kansas. Chickens.
I tell you what, Joey.
Shane, I see you in the back room, but it's saying you're not connected or something. Shane, turn your camera on because it's saying you're not connected or something. Turn your camera on for just a second, Shane.
1980 was
I tell you what, Shane, if that's you, you can bring yourself into the show. Come on in.
1980. We lost to Florida, Florida State, and Miami, all three in the same year.
And when was that? 1980?
1980. I was
Florida,
there for
Florida
all
State, and Miami. Oh God, was you
all
a
three.
fan in 1982, Dave Brown? Was you a fan of Louisville in 1980, or?
I was a fan starting in 1965.
Oh my gosh, so that was hard on you. That
Oh, that was
1980. You probably.
I went through a lot of heartbreak.
I'd
that
say.
I had Lee Corso in 1969, 70, 71 for 3 years. Lee Corso, 3 or 4 years,
yeah.
and then he left
That-
us for Indiana.
There's been
Oh,
years
man,
that
I'm
West Virginia.
jealous.
There's been
I'm so
years that West
jealous.
Virginia has lost.
You got to actually. I'm so jealous. You got to see Lee Corso as a head coach in person.
Lee Corso, my next door neighbor, was the head football coach at Louisville from 1946 to 1968. Corso took his place.
Oh
He,
man.
he had a heart attack and he quit coaching, but he coached Unitas back in the 50s. This was my mentor, so to speak. He was my next door neighbor, and he was also married to a distant cousin of mine. So I grew up knowing him until he died. He was on the athletic department still when I went to Louisville. He said, we built you a new track. I ran track back then. I didn't play football at that time. But when I went to play football, he gave me the equipment from the team equipment, everything but helmet and shoulder pads when I played back in 79, 80, and 81. And
Look, here's my trusty
anyway,
sidekick.
but longtime fans, but suffered like crazy. We got Howard Snellenberger on a fluke because the USFL folded. And Howard had left Miami after winning a national title to coach pro football, but they never got to, they folded and shit.
That is a Hall of Fame coach right there,
Yeah.
Howard Snellenberger.
The only coach to coach what 3 or 4 different teams and just like take both of them or all 3 of them like to the top of the mountain. I mean, really seriously, he just took them straight up when he took over. But Shane, my trusty sidekick, just came in with us here. What's going on, Shane?
Not much.
Man.
I saw your message right when I was getting in the shower, and I watched like the first half an hour, and then I was working outside, had to get cleaned up, and then I've been running kids. I'm just waiting to pick them up. So I thought I'd pop on. I didn't know you guys still be running. So listening to you, you guys just are so entertaining. It's so much fun to listen to you guys. So I just thought I'd pop in and say hi and just listen in the background a little bit here. But
Well, we got a very interesting person in the back room right now too, and I'm sorry everybody, but he's a Tennessee fan. I mean, but here he comes, TriStar. What's going on, TriStar?
Oh, what is going on? Long time no see, everybody. How's everybody been doing?
I'm doing good, brother.
Doing great. How you doing?
Joey,
So
how
TriStar,
have you been, brother? I ain't heard from you in a while.
I've been doing good, TriStar. So TriStar does the show on Twitter. He does a pretty good job over there on Twitter too. He's got a pretty good amount of followers and things. But yeah, TriStar, what's going on, brother? Tell me something. Is Tennessee going to win a game this year?
Well, I mean, it depends on what you're talking about exactly. Like football, basketball. Obviously, we're in the championship series and the College World Series. Unfortunately, it's not
I know.
going too well
Congratulations
tonight,
on that. I was just talking to BVD a while ago. Big Vol Daddy, BVD.
Yeah,
I was just talking to him a while ago.
big-
We was talking about World Series.
Keith, man, he's like a father. I've known him for so many years. Great guy.
Yeah, BVD's the godfather of YouTube.
I hate what he's been going through with his health over the years, but deal with what the good Lord puts in front of you. But he's a tough SOB, man. He's still chugging along.
Yeah. All right. Well, so Shane, back to you for a second here, brother. So what did you think about our conversations earlier? And I got to ask you, Cincinnati, are they a rival West Virginia?
Because of the regionality and how close it is in proximity and the tie-in to Bob Huggins, I think as far as competitiveness, no, but just because of locale and the fact that they've been playing for so long in the Big East, had a little bit of a burp where they didn't play, but now they're in the same conference. So I would say, as far as the Big 12 concerned, it's the closest thing you have. So
It is. It is.
Can I make a point on that?
Yeah.
Okay. So as Joey can attest, I'm a very big proponent of what sells the tickets to football, basketball games in college is the rivalries and regionality. At the end of the day, that's what sells. For example, with West Virginia, if you had to pick between Pitt, West Virginia, the backyard brawl, versus say Pitt, or West Virginia, and say Indiana, which game are you probably going to go to? Which game do you think West Virginia fans are going to care about longer?
Yeah, definitely Pitt, for sure.
Exactly. And that's why I think, and Joey can attest this, I've been the one tooting this horn for 2 years, that these decisions that are being made, it's going to be that newness factor. Like, oh, yeah, we're going to get to see Oklahoma versus Alabama as a conference game. But then after 10 years, you're going to get tired of it. You're going to be like, okay, it doesn't have that cool factor anymore. Like when you're having Oklahoma play Vanderbilt, who they have zero history. There's no in-state connection. There's no bordering issue there. They don't have any history with those teams.
Well, I
And
think that's the reason that Texas went with them. It retains
Well-
the Red River rivalry or
the Red River
shootout or whatever you want to call it. They don't
It'll
call
always
it
be a Red
shootout
River
anymore.
shootout.
I know. I agree with you. It's always going to be Red River shootout to me, but the Red River rivalry that we're calling it now. So it retains that, and then I believe, in all honesty, I really believe that Texas and Alabama and Georgia, and Oklahoma and Alabama and Georgia can become a huge rivalry game. Because you've got 4 historic programs right there, and LSU. You can throw LSU in there too. You've got 5 historic programs right there that people are gonna tune in to see that. Where maybe they didn't tune in to see Oklahoma versus TCU or Oklahoma versus Baylor. Maybe they didn't tune in to see that. They're going to tune into Oklahoma versus Alabama, or Oklahoma versus Georgia, a lot more. So
Well,
I
because
think
those are giant brands.
Well, right. Those are giant brands. So
Well,
that's
and
why that's where I think that this conference realignment stuff
Yeah.
is really a good thing if you're an Oklahoma and Texas fan. So, but maybe a bad thing for the rest of the Big 12. But it's really a good thing for the SEC and a good thing for them as individual teams. Now,
Well,
in saying that, it's a bad thing for college football because
Yes.
guess what? A lot of teams have got left out now. My team, for one, West Virginia, right? Oklahoma and
Oh, yeah.
Texas leaving the Big 12 hurt us badly. It hurt
well,
because now all of a sudden, if we go undefeated in the Big 12, well, so friggin' what? It's the Big 12. I mean, that's what people are going to say. Yeah. So what? We went undefeated in Big 12, and you ran the table. Let's say this year we go undefeated, but we lose to Penn State. What's that going to say to the nation? Yeah, they beat everybody in the Big 12, but they lost to that Big 10 team.
Yeah.
They still can't beat the big boys.
Yeah.
So that's what got me. So if Oklahoma and Texas were still in, because Texas and West Virginia was a pretty good rivalry, I thought we had a good rivalry going there. I think we ended up 6-6. We ended up splitting the series between the two of us. And so I thought that was a great thing. Oklahoma dominated us. We beat them one time. That was last year.
2022.
2022, yeah. So that was the only time we beat Oklahoma. But Texas, we split it up with them. So,
Yeah.
and then now I'm not saying that those weren't good games with Oklahoma because there was a lot of 58-56, 51-48 games with Oklahoma that could have went either way. So, that's why that was such a good game. But I that's where I think that the SEC made out like a bandit here. I mean, absolutely made out like a bandit.
Oh yeah, the SEC is going to be making a lot of money off the Red River rivalry, and they're going to be making a lot of money with Texas Arkansas coming back as a rivalry this year, and especially with it being the 55th anniversary of the 1969 game of the century, where President Nixon attended that game and declared the winner of that game to be the best in all of college football, and Texas A&M is finally going to be back. I mean, that's going to be a ratings behemoth. We don't know if that's going to be on Saturday night or if it's going to be on Saturday afternoon, but I can guarantee you it'll be on ABC Saturday night. And one way or the other, it's going to be a wild game.
Christopher Forrest saying my uncle was a Hurricane fan. Tell your uncle I'm sorry. Hey, apologize to your uncle for me. Yeah, will you do that for me? Tell him the whole panel said we're sorry that he was a Hurricane fan.
TriStar, what are you thinking about the Alabama-Tennessee game this year, man?
Well, it's the third Saturday in October, arguably the most storied rivalry in the SEC. I know Alabama LSU is more storied last 15 years, but that one became a big rivalry because of Saban. Because I remember before that, seeing Alabama versus LSU at noon on Jefferson Pilot Sports.
Yeah, I can remember that too. Yeah,
And,
Jefferson Pilot Sports was pretty big here in the East for a little bit. Yeah,
and,
I can remember
and
seeing a lot of games there.
And here's my thing about the whole creating rivalries. To me, when it comes to college athletics, like not just football, college athletics, you can say, like people want to say Tennessee and Florida's a big rivalry. I mean, it was in the '90s, I guess, because of Steve Spurrier, because of him being from East Tennessee, he made that game really personal. But to me, as someone who's been a fan of college football and a whole life, who's had family that's played at that level in multiple sports at Tennessee, football and baseball, and it's kind of hearing what goes on. Nothing beats, say, like Kansas, Missouri, or the backyard brawl is a prime example. I'll give you an example. I was watching, I think it's 2 years ago, when they renewed the Fort Worth, Kansas, Missouri basketball. I've not seen a crowd in Kansas that hot in years. And it wasn't like Missouri was a good
TriStar,
team.
hold on a second, TriStar. We're having a lot of trouble hearing you. I don't know if your mic is maybe not close enough to you or what it is, but
Hello.
yeah, now I can hear you pretty good there.
Okay, I might have to hold it like this, because this is the other headset.
Well, it's breaking up again. It might be. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Now, and in TriStar's defense, he's a truck driver. Looks like he might be out on the road and stuff, and talking to us and things. So probably that Flying J internet.
Well, okay, is it any better now since I turned the camera off? Is that helping anyway? It's not it. Because I came
I'm
up here
having
to
a lot of
smoke.
trouble.
I came up here to smoke a cigarette.
All right, I can hear you there now.
Okay,
Well, I'm having to hold my phone back in my sleep. But anyways, my thing is that at the end of the day, what sells in college athletics? Yeah, you can have these big brand matchups, but it's the other. It's Kansas, Missouri. It's Nebraska, Oklahoma, Nebraska, Colorado. And there's this YouTube channel I just found. They're a fairly new channel. They're a TCU channel. And they made basically talking about all these teams over the years that kind of started doing all this realignment was, for example, the first big one was Arkansas when they left the Southwest Conference to join the SEC. Well, I think it's a proven fact that most of these moves, unless it's a geographical fit where you have a lot of history with all those teams, it never works. Like, for example, the few exceptions, look, Virginia Tech, when they joined the ACC, well, they already had history with Virginia and Maryland and the Carolina schools. And then plus they added Miami at the same time. And, you look at West Virginia, I mean, to me, it's a pinpoint period when West Virginia football kind of went down. It's when the Big East went up. And to me, when you leave that region with all your history and all your traditions and all your rivals, I mean, where you've got so much history at, where your fans live, that actually ends up, yeah, you might make more money, but your program is going to suffer. I mean, look at Nebraska. Nebraska was a powerhouse for decades. I mean, what everybody talks about with Alabama, what they did under Saban, Tom Osborne did that for twice as long.
Yeah.
That's a good point about Tom Osborne. That's a great point.
Yeah. Go ahead, Shane. Sorry. I was saying, TriStar, it's really hard. It's really hard to hear you and understand. I'm having a hard time, but it might just be me. But
he comes in and out, but he made a fantastic point. Tom Osborne did what Saban did for a longer time without a lot of the, I would say, perks that went along with being Nick Saban, having the jet, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I'm gonna hop off here. I just say I love the show, love you guys. Keep doing what you're doing, and let's go Mountaineers.
Thanks, Shane. Thanks, man. And catch Shane and I on Thursday nights, and catch Shane on Friday night by itself. But Shane and I do a show on Thursday night called Crossover. This week we're going to have Pitt and Penn State doing a crossover with us, and this will be a lot of fun. And Friday night, I don't know, Shane, what do you got planned on your show for Friday night? Do you have any idea yet?
Not yet. I'm trying to get a couple. I'm trying to get a guest or two, so we're gonna see what happens there. So
All
stay
right,
tuned.
sounds good, brother.
Bye
All
bye.
right, man. We'll see you later, Shane. Thank you, man. All right. So yeah, and that's the truth, TriStar, and I agree with you. Tom Osborne was probably one of the best coaches in history of college football. If you look back over things, because Nebraska, as we see today, Nebraska is not an easy place to recruit to. I mean, nobody wants to go to Nebraska. There's absolutely nothing to do in Nebraska. People talk about there's nothing to do in Morgantown. Well, guess what? Morgantown's 45 minutes away from Pittsburgh, where there's plenty to do. And, there's like pretty big party atmosphere in Morgantown anyway. So, yeah, we can recruit a lot better in Morgantown than they can recruit out there in Nebraska. And Tom Osborne, the master recruiter. Could you imagine if Tom Osborne would have been somewhere like Florida State or 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 Florida, yeah,
Texas.
just Georgia,
Oh,
Alabama, Texas. There you go. Oh my God! Imagine Tom Osborne at Texas. Nobody would have ever beat Texas. Tom Osborne was an amazing coach.
I enjoyed
Uh,
watching him go up against Barry Switzer, the Nebraska,
Nebraska,
Oklahoma
Oklahoma.
in the
Yeah,
70s. That's what I grew up seeing.
yeah,
And see, that's what I think would actually be beneficial. And I pitched this is to me, this satisfies everything. Number one, why I created, and Joey, I think I've got a new number so I can send them to you. You'll just, plus you get my new number, you can post them. I basically made 7 conferences.
yeah. You broke up, I guess. You made 7 conferences. You there, TriStar?
It went quiet.
Yeah. Well, I think he actually did. So I think everybody's seen the big thing out right now about how they how they could break up teams and kind of make regional rivalries work and put everybody in these conferences. Right. I think I've got a graphic on that. Hold on. Let me see if I've got that graphic. So I'm pretty sure I've still got that in here. I'd love to find that if I do, because that was really interesting. Because when I seen that breakup, it kind of reminded me of what TriStar was talking about. Because they were talking about breaking these conferences up. I don't see it in here. Maybe we did delete it already out of here. But yeah, they was going to break the conferences up. Everybody remember that? They So West Virginia would be. Let me see if this is it. Oh no, that's not it. That's revenue. Is this it? No. How about this? No. So, but breaking everybody up in these like 6 or 7 conferences, instead of the SEC, the Big 10, and the Big 12, I think it planned on the ACC dissolving, and the Pac-12 is already gone. But I think it was after the ACC would dissolve, what they could do with these teams, and they broke them up into all these different regions, right? And it was really really interesting. And that's what TriStar is getting at, because TriStar actually sent that to me probably close to a year and a half ago. He called for that, and then like they came out with this big thing. So TriStar was actually right on that. I don't see it ever happening, but at least the media did pick up on what if this happened, and they had West Virginia, Penn State, Pitt, Virginia Tech, and they had these regions broken up. Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, right there in the same region. Clemson, right there in the same region. And they had like 7 or 8 teams in each region, and then them regions, the winner of them regions competing against each other for the national championship in the playoff system, which I thought was an interesting scenario. Problem is, it'll never work. It's never going to happen, because the SEC and the Big Ten have their claws in so deep, these teams can't get out. Hell, the Big 12 does. It's $100 million to get out of the Big 12. Does anybody know that? It's $100 million. West Virginia can't. It's a lifetime thing too. They got $100 million get out of the conference lifetime thing. So you can't. Now there was precedent set on that though when Texas and Oklahoma left. They didn't have to pay that full $100 million, but still it cost them a lot of money to get out of the Big 12. So, but
Yeah,
the
because
precedent.
I remember I had a talk with a relative, and it was like in what, July 2022. I told him, I told my uncle, I'm like, Texas and Oklahoma are not gonna stay in the Big 12 2024. Not happening. Big 12 sick of them. Texas and Oklahoma want to get the hell out as soon as possible. They're planning for 2023 to be their last season. And I remember he was just like, nah. They're staying by the contract. No. Trust me. They're gonna find a way. What happens in February 2023? Texas and Oklahoma and the Big 12 agree that 2023 is the last season in the Big 12. Because 2024 will be their first year in the SEC.
Joey, did you get my text messages?
Let me see.
I just sent to you. I sent you
All
like
right.
7 pictures. See if you can
Certainly.
upload those into the chat somehow.
Oh, there we
I
go.
don't know how.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah, I've got them. So let me.
Now, based it off basically where you should be. And like I said, you do an 18 playoff with your 7 conference champions, and then the G5 champion with the best record. To make it simple, that way it's cut and dry. You got to win your conference. You can't be like, oh, we can go 9-3 and backdoor a way in. No, you have to win your conference. And it's all teams, where they should be. Even a couple of them might even got a little creative.
Yeah, I'm getting those files now, and stuff. So just give me just 1 second here. Oops.
Because I'm tech stupid. I'm not tech smart. as Papa Eddie would say.
Yeah, I'm adding them. I'm adding them now. So give me just 1 second here. All right.
And it
Right,
basically makes it where no one conference is really bigger than the other.
All right. So let me go in here and pull them up.
Let's see it. I bet it looks awesome.
Well, it's going to take me a second because I've got to go in here and grab them, download them, because they sent them to me by
Text message.
by text message. So I had to send them to myself by email. So give me just a second and to get them downloaded. And here we go. All right. Now I've got them downloaded.
So
now
just
let me
go
go
one
in
at
here.
a time. One at a time.
Okay. Give me just a second here. I'm gonna grab them.
And since y'all are West Virginia people, you can obviously guess where I have West Virginia.
As long as you ain't got them in a dumpster burning somewhere,
No.
And you can put Louisville there. Ain't that right, Dave Brown? We can throw Louisville in a dumpster. They're a dumpster fire, aren't they? Ain't Louisville a dumpster fire?
Boy,
I think
Are you
name's
talking about
more-
Louisville?
Louisville? Yeah.
Loserville.
I think Cincinnati's more of the dumpster fire.
I love
see-
asking people the capital of Kentucky, and they always say Louisville. I'm like, oh my god.
No, it's Frankfurt.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, Frankfurt.
Let's see.
Oh my gosh, why is that not downloading? For some reason, they're not downloading from my email, so that I can bring them up.
It's
Let me
dude,
try
dude,
again.
I'm like, how do people not know Frankfurt is the capital of Kentucky? Good grief.
Yeah, let's see. Did it put it? My God, my computer's like throwing shit everywhere. I'm sorry, I'm looking for it. Y'all keep talking, I'll find it. Damn.
But like-
You know what I'll do? Here, wait a minute. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll just do it this way. I'll just open this some bitch, and I'll just share the screen by opening it. All right, let me share this screen.
There we go.
I think it's that one. Yeah,
And for
there
one
you
of the
go. Is that what
conference,
you wanted? So there's the Big East.
there
right?
we go.
You have a deal. Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful. There
Oh,
we go.
Marshall, James Madison.
Pittsburgh, Penn State, and West Virginia are in the same. Holy crap, that's paradise right there.
But now here's the problem with this scenario. You have Syracuse, Rutgers, Temple, Connecticut, Boston College, East Carolina, Louisville, and Marshall,
No, Louisville's not
James
there.
Madison, West Virginia, Pitt, and Penn State. Now, James Madison not going to have a chance. Temple's not going to have a chance. Now there's UConn, Boston College, Syracuse, Rutgers, East Carolina's not going to have a chance, and Marshall. You can forget about them. So this conference is dominated by Louisville, West Virginia, Pitt, and Penn State. And out of them four, it's going to be dominated by Penn State, and then probably a tie between West Virginia,
Louisville's
Pitt,
not in
and
the Big
Louisville.
East. Louisville's not in the Big East.
Who you got?
Oh, you'll see where Louisville.
Oh, yeah, no, you got the Liberty.
Liberty.
Yeah,
Liberty.
yeah,
Liberty.
yeah. I was looking. I just seen the L and went. I'm sorry, that's my fault. Well, Liberty don't have a chance. So forget Liberty. So now you got a conference dominated by Penn State mostly, and then Pitt and West Virginia, probably West Virginia, because Pitt just kind of like.
And Rutgers with Greg Schiano.
Well, yeah, with Greg Schiano for sure, but how long will that last? All right, so
Exactly.
that's good. All right, now let me bring up your next one. Let me find it and bring it up. That's not bad. I like that, but I'm still not sold on it. All right, so now let me bring this one up for you. Share the screen right here. There you go with that one. So there you threw Louisville in with Ohio State, Michigan, Michigan State, Notre Dame, Purdue, Indiana, Illinois, Northwestern, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Iowa. That's a pretty good Big Ten, but dominated by Ohio State and Michigan. There's nobody there.
The Big
on the
Ten's always
same
been
level
dominated by
as
Ohio State, Michigan, though.
Well, I know that, but you can say that Penn State gives them a game.
Well, you got
And-
Notre Dame.
Yeah.
Well, let me see. Well, who would be the rivalry week game for Notre Dame? Michigan State?
Purdue.
No, Purdue plays Indiana every year.
Well, I'd probably just keep it as what was it USC? Wasn't it?
Yeah, USC. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, we just keep
And
that. Just for
on the bright
tradition's sake.
side, on the bright side, Notre Dame's back to having Michigan State, and Purdue,
All right,
and they get
so
Ohio State on their schedules. That's a win.
let's look at your next one here. Got to bring the next one up.
But I hate that Louisville doesn't have Cincinnati, Memphis, Kentucky.
This one of all of them, this is probably your best conference. I think this is a good conference here. Shit. Share screen. This is probably your best one right here. So he's got Memphis and Arkansas in here, in the Southwest Conference. I don't agree with Memphis. Arkansas, okay. Texas Tech, TCU, Baylor, Texas, Texas A&M, Houston, and who the hell was
UTSA.
that? Okay. Yeah, that
It was either them or Rice, because Rice was in the Southwest, but Rice has been a dead program for decades.
That's fair.
And I was like, UTSA will
Why
actually
not
be
put
competitive
UNLV? Why not put UNLV or somebody?
because it's regionally based. It's where you like who you close to.
Oh, yeah.
I don't
Okay,
know
then why not put Tulane? Why not put Tulane in there then?
because I don't. If I was going to put them, I'd just put them back in another conference.
But they're better than what you've got.
Well, I'm not worried about the competition. I'm worried about what makes sense.
So I'm gonna take a
Well-
guess and say your rivalry week games would be Texas A&M, Houston, UTSA, TCU, SMU, Texas Tech, Baylor, and Arkansas, Memphis.
I didn't think about the rivalry week games.
But I think that's what you have to think about when you're doing this. And here's why. Because I think it's what we're all hating about this conference realignment. Rivalries are gone. You know, I mean, this conference realignment is like crazy anymore. It's like the rivalries don't matter.
Well, that's
West
what we was
Virginia
determined
Pitt,
on who historically it
West,
was.
West Virginia Pitt, West Virginia Penn State, great rivalries that don't get played anymore. Now they're getting played right now, but it's just a 4-year series, right? When the 4 years are up, which is next year, that's it. There's no more of West Virginia Pitt. No
Not
more of West
until
Virginia,
2029.
right? 2029. And the thing about it is, with this conference realignment and stuff, there's no guarantee it's going to happen in 2029. If conference
Hell, I
realignment happens
mean,
for them,
hell, I mean, I'll be happy to swap the Alabama West Virginia series for like West Virginia Maryland or like another West
well,
Virginia
sure
Virginia
you would.
Tech series.
Well, sure you would. Y'all are afraid to play us. You'd be
Nah,
happy as hell to switch that rivalry, wouldn't you? You'd be like, hell, why the hell are we playing West Virginia? They nearly beat us in 2014.
But
They nearly beat us.
So I can explain with the addition of Memphis. Arkansas's gripe there for a while was that they were the one non-Texas school. So I added Memphis because number one, Memphis should be in a Power 5. Number two, in the other conference you're going to show later, they have a bylaw you can only have 2 teams in state. So they couldn't be in that conference. You can probably guess which one. So that way it kind of appeases everything. And plus, Memphis should absolutely be a Power 5 school. With their infrastructure and their facilities and everything they have a good fan base, especially basketball. Like, yeah. So,
Yeah.
which one's up next?
So I don't have another. That's what I'm looking for. I don't have anything else.
I sent you 7 of them.
No, that's all I got was those 3. I have nothing else.
You should have.
No. Hey, send them to my email. Football. Here, I'll put my email over here. It's footballnewshour@gmail.com. I'll put my email over in the private chat for you. Send them my email. Make it a lot easier.
I'm gonna take a guess and say you got Georgia Tech in the SEC, right, TriStar?
Yes.
I figured.
All right, there's my email over in the private chat. TriStar. Send it to me there. That way I don't have to send it to myself and do all that. All right. So, Dave, what did you think about that? I didn't like none of that. I'll be honest. I didn't like nothing about it.
Yeah, I can't have. Yeah, Southwest. I mean, that is all Texas anyway. I kind of agree with that. You know, to a degree, I guess. I don't know. This regional thing is something I like.
I like that. I like the regional part of it. I do. I love the regional part of it.
But then you
But
don't. What
I didn't like was he's got the Big East coming back and having teams like Liberty and James Madison and Marshall in there, and Connecticut and Temple. Hey, look, here's the problem with your scenario. It just dawned on me. Guess what? Temple got kicked out of the Big East. They can't come back. So you can forget your scenario, TriStar. Temple can't come back in the Big East.
And I
If
don't
the
like
Big East was
the
to
James
reform,
Madison, Liberty, East Carolina. You know, that's not Power
yeah,
5
it's that
football.
there's nothing there that screams to me when you're talking James Madison, Liberty, Marshall, and Temple, and Rutgers, and Boston College, and UConn, and Syracuse. Nothing there is screaming powerhouse football. Now listen, I'll give you credit for Penn State, Pitt, West Virginia, and East Carolina. That could be some pretty good football games. But them
And
other 7 teams, 8 teams, no, I can't see that happening. And Temple,
yeah,
even if the Big East reforms, I don't think Temple could be invited back. Am I
I think
right?
you'd have to put Virginia Tech, and Maryland in there, just
Yeah,
as a
you would.
on a
Virginia Tech,
regional basis kind of thing.
yeah, and even bring in Louisville. I think I think that Louisville Cincinnati, West Virginia regional thing there, Pitt, Penn State. I like that little corridor of rivalries right there. And add Virginia Tech over here. I like that. So here's my story back.
Okay, you should be able to check your email now. I just sent them, so
Okay. Let's
should
see
have
what
it.
we got. Let's see if I've got.
Yeah, like I said, I just try to base it on kind of regionality and where it is, and taking into consideration rivalries, because at the end of the day, I'm not worried about what is going to give us the best matchups, because teams are always going to be up and down. I'm not worried about that, because you have to have some kind of rounded core at the base of it, because teams, come up, teams go down. It happens all the time. So that's what I'm saying. I don't worry about just because that team's bad now, that they can't get good later. Who knows? Maybe that movement makes them even better, if that makes any sense. Maybe a school like, say, Maryland is able to get better recruits because, you know what? Maybe their families are not having to travel as far to see them play road games. And that is a big factor with a lot of players.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm trying to watch for your email here and trying to get it, and it's not coming in.
I just sent it. It shows it sent. Did you get it from? I'll just say start here. I'll put.
I'm looking for it. We'll see if it comes in. All right. Let's see. Where are we? Oh, there we go. Hey, they're here finally.
There we go.
All right. Now, okay. Just first region I
Sent you the
pulled
other
up.
one she didn't go over yet.
All right, I've got you. First region I pull up. Not a bad one. Don't mind this. All right, so we have Maryland, Virginia Tech, Virginia, Appalachian State, Wake Forest, North Carolina, Duke, NC State. Didn't you have NC State in the other? No, you had East Carolina.
Yes, he does. He's
Uh,
got NC
South Carolina,
State.
Clemson. And didn't you put UCF and Miami here? Now you're talking about you're going to go regional, but then you jump 2 states. But
Well, I mean,
you frowned at me saying Virginia Tech, putting Virginia Tech in the Big East with West Virginia and Pitt. You didn't like that, but you jumped down 2 states to grab UCF and Miami.
well, here's my reasoning behind that, because I just feel like because Miami joined the Big East in '91, and I feel like they kind of fit better in the ACC, if that makes sense.
They fit in the
Because
ACC. They've never won the ACC.
I know they've never won it, but I'm just saying,
They
because
won
you
the
got to
Big
think
East.
you're traveling all the way from South Florida all the way to the Northeast.
Okay,
That's a pretty good trip.
So why wouldn't you put Miami in the SEC?
Because there's already 2 teams in there, and you'll see in a second.
All
Florida
right,
can only
State and
have-
Florida.
all right, then let's go find out who those are. All right,
But I
then.
added App State because Appalachian State punches way above their weight, and I'm sorry, I love it up there, but in Boone, it's a beautiful campus.
App State in the ACC is pretty good. I like that, but
All
the Miami and the ACC and Florida State not being there and Florida not being with Miami, that I still got some questions.
All right, so here's your
Oh,
SEC. Kentucky, Vanderbilt, Tennessee. You kept Vanderbilt in there. Oh my God. Okay, Kentucky, Vanderbilt,
They're a
Tennessee,
founding member. They're not going anywhere.
Georgia, Georgia Tech, Auburn, Alabama, Mississippi State, Ole Miss, Florida State, and Florida. Okay, So pretty much the SEC. Oh, and LSU. So pretty much the SEC as it is today.
With some notable absences of non-SEC members.
Yeah, I mean, you got South Carolina's out of there. You don't have South Carolina in there anymore. But you're pretty much basically the same SEC as always. All right, so let me go and grab your other one here, which that one's not bad because I like that. Let's go to this one right here, the Big Eight. You've got a Big Eight coming back. All right, let's share this. The Big Eight: Colorado, Nebraska, Iowa State, Missouri, Kansas, Kansas State, Oklahoma State, and Oklahoma. So just
Again,
a nine.
don't just think of these conferences in football perspective either.
Well, now
Think
here's my
all
question.
sports.
Over there in the Big East, you threw James Madison, Liberty, and Miami in, but then you get over here in the Big Eight. I don't see anything that's not a Power 5 football program right now or a Power 4 football program right now. I mean, why not UNLV in here? Just out of
Because
curiosity.
they don't reach one bit. And that's the historic Big Eight. That's what it was for decades. And there was nothing wrong with it. And from talking to their fans, that's what they want. They want that back.
All right, so if you're going to say that, then why not go back to saying West Virginia, Penn State are just independent? Because we were independent for 100 years.
Well,
If you're going to go with historic value, I'm just asking, if you're going to go with historic value, why not just say, okay, let's make them independent? If you're going to rearrange conferences like this, why not say, okay, let's bring in some of these smaller teams. Why don't you have SMU in this? I mean, Oklahoma State. Why not bring in
Because
SMU?
you see where you see where SMU is, right?
Right. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why not just throw them in here?
Because that's where SMU was historically from founding. They were a powerhouse in the Southwest.
Oh, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I agree with that. I don't understand your logic of throwing in all these teams into a Big East conference, of throwing in Liberty and James Madison and all them teams that, against teams like Penn State, Pitt, and West Virginia. I don't understand that. Let's see.
I'm
Do
looking
you have
at it
another one? Oh, yeah, here we go. Oh, you have one more here. All right. Let's bring this one up. This one's interesting. All right. So you have Washington State, Oregon State, Utah, BYU, Arizona State, Arizona, UCLA, USC, Cal, and Stanford. Now, over on the East Coast, you got them grouped really tight, broken up into 3 different conferences, even 4 different conferences. But over here on the West Coast, you just threw everybody into a group. Why'd you do that? Just ask.
Well, okay. So, number one, that's basically the Pac-12 swap out Colorado for BYU, and number two, out there on the West, like once you get west of the Rockies, you kind of have to travel no matter what conference you're in. Like you got to fly because it's unless you got another conference member that's in your city, like Cal, Stanford, or Oregon State, or USC, UCLA, like you're traveling a pretty good clip for a conference game. But at least it's like very short. It's not far. Same time zone pretty much. And I didn't want to be traveling unless it was inevitable. And see, I put like UCF in the ACC to substitute Florida State. Because Florida State, in my opinion, should have been in the SEC many, many years ago because of where they're located. They're in that panhandle of Florida. They're 2 hours from Auburn. They're, obviously University of Florida is right there. They're right there.
So let me ask you this. So same question. Over there on the East Coast, you threw James Madison, Miami, or James Madison, Marshall, and Liberty in there.
East Carolina.
Where's San Jose State? Where is San Diego State? You know,
Uh,
where are those teams in here?
I didn't want to make a conference bigger than 12 teams because to me, once you go over 12, it gets too convoluted. And it's
So,
just how it
but
works.
I'm just saying, I think that if I was going to promote a team, before I would promote Liberty, James Madison, and Marshall especially, and look, I'm a West Virginia guy, but before I promote Marshall, I think I would go out and say, okay, San Diego State, you get in the Power 5. Do you agree with that, Jackson? Do you think San Diego State would deserve it before Marshall? I do.
Yeah,
They're,
I mean
they're actually
San
good
Diego
money.
State. I'm surprised they haven't been in a Power 5 or Power 4 conference with the way
Right.
they've been playing. Hell, Boise State. I don't ever hear Boise State
Yeah.
being
Where's
mentioned.
Boise State here? Yeah, where's Boise State? You got Utah and BYU there.
you're gonna laugh because originally I had it as the Pac-14 with Boise and San Diego State, but I was like, I don't want a conference being bigger than 12 teams.
So why not go out on the East Coast there and instead of throwing in, here, let me just bring this up. Instead of, I'm gonna bring this up. Sorry, guys. Instead of, let me find you here. Well, shit. I'm gonna get this. All right, so let me bring this up. Share screen. Well, hell, it didn't come up. Ah, there we go. There we go. All right, so instead of putting James Madison and Liberty and Marshall in here,
In East
why
Carolina.
not put Virginia Tech, Virginia, all right? Virginia Tech, Virginia, hell, Bowling Green.
Bowling
Green's
Green.
well, I mean, it's better than Marshall.
Well, okay.
I was thinking
so,
more along. I was thinking more along the lines of Maryland.
Yeah,
Well,
Maryland. There you go.
okay.
There you go.
Maryland's
Virginia,
history
Virginia Tech.
is with Tobacco Road and Virginia schools. That's their main history.
No,
Especially
Maryland's
basketball.
history is the Big East.
No, wasn't there a founding member of the ACC?
Yeah, but still, though,
But I'm saying,
Maryland.
you know, they are a Big East like team, is what I mean by that.
Well,
So,
yeah, they're
West
kind of in like
Virginia
a weird little
and Maryland.
location, being in DC. So, again, I put them
Weird
in.
location. They're literally an hour and a half from Morgantown. Seems like maybe 2 hours from Morgantown. What do you mean a weird location?
Well, I was
It's
saying
like
because
an hour and a half to Piscataway, New Jersey.
because when I ask Maryland fans on here, they want to go back to the ACC. That's where they want to be because they realize the Big Ten was not for them, and they want to go back to the ACC because that's where all their history is.
Right. Oh, I can understand that. Yeah, I can see that. I just can't. I can't get into your
So,
scenario here of this. I just.
so is it
I don't
because
see
of
it.
matchups or what? What is?
Yeah. Oh no. It's because of Marshall, who has no history whatsoever of competing at a high level other than Division II. Once
Well,
they became Division I, they've not ever been a good program.
I mean,
James
yeah,
Madison is good. James Madison is good as of late. Liberty is good as of late, but they're not playing Power 5 schedules either.
When
So-
has East Carolina ever been good?
Yeah, East Carolina. When the
well,
hell?
They play baseball
Again,
down there.
I'm not just thinking of in football terms. I'm thinking of all around, and I'm also thinking of historically. And yeah, I know Marshall has always been kind of an ass program since they've been around.
If you're going to throw East Carolina in here, why not throw NC State and UNC in here? I mean, at least get power programs. I mean,
Well,
look, here's what I would do here. All right, hear me out. Here's what I would do here for this Big East thing. I'm okay with Boston College. I'm okay with Syracuse. They've been power programs for a long time. UConn, great basketball program. Okay, bring them in. Rutgers, Temple, no way, never. Penn State, great. Pitt, great. West Virginia, great. These other four down here, why not bring in Virginia, Virginia Tech, UNC, and NC State?
Because I have them in the ACC.
But that's just it. You've got
Because
them in
I'm
the
going off.
ACC.
I'm going off of tradition, in my opinion, where you should be. I mean, yeah, if that's the case, why not we just take every single blue blood program in history, the top, 32 teams all time, and just put them in an NFL thing, and then put them there if you want to do that. But if that's the case, some programs you would never think of would be excluded. I just think looking at it from a here and now perspective is kind of short sighted. I think the best way to look at it is from an overall long term stability perspective.
Okay,
Because
so over a long term thing right here, I'm gonna start right here at the top. Jackson, who's going to dominate this conference? Okay, you're muted.
Penn State, Pittsburgh,
Okay.
West. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Dave, who's going to dominate this conference?
What he said in that
Yeah.
same order.
How about you, Austin? Who's going to dominate this conference?
Trust me.
And you're muted too, Austin, just in case you didn't know.
Penn State.
I mean, it's only obvious. Penn State, Pitt, and West Virginia. And Penn State 90% of the time. And then Pitt and West Virginia, Pitt's going to dominate it maybe 2% of the time. West Virginia maybe 18% of the time. The rest of the time is going to be Pitt and State. West Virginia 18% of the time. Penn State's going to dominate the rest. Penn State would dominate this conference 80% of the time.
oh, I don't
There's
disagree with you.
absolutely nobody listed here on the same realm as Penn State. And look, I'm a West Virginia fan, but we can't out recruit Penn State. And it's just not possible. I wish we could. I would love it. And we can beat Penn State. We're going to beat Penn State this year, but we got a better team this year. It's one of them times that West Virginia would win this conference, I think. But this right here, you're talking about Marshall, James Madison, Liberty, East Carolina, Temple, Rutgers. I mean, my God, you've got some of the biggest ship programs in Power Four and Group of Five there are.
Well, okay. So again, at the same time, go look at my Big Ten. I mean, literally, that conference will be, in football at least, be dominated by Ohio State, Michigan, and Notre Dame. Like, it wouldn't be close. Every conference in history has always been top heavy. Go back to the Big 8 days. It was always, what was I always saying? Oklahoma, Nebraska always decided the national champion for decades. And there were 6 other teams.
All right, so here is your.
I mean, the Southwest Conference for decades was Texas and Arkansas.
Here's the problem. You say Ohio State, Michigan, and Notre Dame are going to dominate this conference. No, there's been times that Wisconsin's won. There's been times Michigan State's won. Hey, guess what? Purdue's won it. Indiana's won, or Indiana. Missouri has won this conference recently.
But Missouri didn't win.
Iowa's won this conference. No, this is a good conference here. This is a great conference. You see Louisville in here too. This is not a bad conference here.
Northwestern won that conference at one point.
Right. This is a good conference. Look, James Madison, Liberty, and East Carolina and Marshall are not near on the same level as these teams over here in the Big Ten. You got a shit show over in the Big East, TriStar. I'm sorry. That's absolute
no offense.
shit show. Yeah, no offense, TriStar.
Well, I'm just saying. But to your point, though, like, yeah, sometimes Iowa will have a great team. Sometimes, Minnesota had a run in the '60s and before, and Northwestern, they had those good couple years in early 2010s. But outside of that, just like with the Big 8, Oklahoma, Nebraska, it's pretty much Ohio State and Michigan has ran that conference for decades. That's nothing new. Like, and to say, I mean, heck, I mean, go look at throughout the history of almost every conference. Go look at the Pac-10, Pac-8, Pac-12. It was always USC than everybody else. It was like that in just about every conference. You've always had one top team that everyone else is trying to catch. That's how it's been in every conference ever. Like, for example, the last 15 years, it was in the SEC, it was basically Alabama than everybody else trying to play catch.
So my problem is TriStar, is you have those teams over in the East, right, in the Big East, that you've got half of them that just absolutely suck. They're horrible. Then you've got these teams over the Pac-12 that are like stretched all the way up the friggin' coast. And you say, well, I'm trying to group everybody together, but you stretch them all the way up the coast from as far south to as far north as you can go. You might as well throw Hawaii in there too if you wanted to.
Well, kept them independent.
now look here. But then you've got the Big 8. I mean, what are you doing, man? You've got 12 and 14 teams in these conferences, and you throw 8 teams in this conference, and you have left out so many really good teams around this area. There are so many good teams, so many teams that are so much better than Marshall that you threw over in the Big East. There are teams a lot better in this region than Marshall. There's teams in this region better than James Madison, better than Liberty. Sure, James Madison and Liberty have had great seasons. So has Marshall. But on a consistent level, there's a lot better teams in this region that should be in one of these conferences.
So you're saying, like, you can't. So you're saying a team like a James Madison or something doesn't get that one coach that gets them over the hump and builds their program for years. I'll give you an example.
So you're saying that James Madison, all right, so you're saying James Madison's going to out-recruit Penn State, Pitt, and West Virginia.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying, I'll give you an example. Look at the University of Florida. Before Steve Spurrier got to Florida, Florida was never a good program like that. Like,
what the hell does that have to do with the price of eggs in China? Florida is got recruits. Guess what? There's no freaking recruits around Liberty University. There's no recruits in the state of West Virginia. West Virginia gets about 3 4-star recruits a year. Guess where they go? They go to West Virginia. They don't go to Marshall. So you're throwing Marshall into a conference they're not going to be able to compete in at all. You're throwing Liberty and James Madison into a conference they're not going to be able to compete in at all, and you're basing it off of your Florida preview?
Well, I'm saying historically, looking at like Florida.
Historically, what?
Or heck,
what historically? Historically, Marshall dominated Division II. They ain't done shit since they went to Division I.
In 1966, Spurrier won the Heisman for the.
but I mean that was 1 year though.
I mean, they went to the Orange Bowl. So I mean,
TriStar, I love you, brother, but I can't agree with these conferences that you've made up here. This is like completely plumb off the friggin' raw nuts, if you ask me. I just don't see this happening ever. Not even a chance. I
think it's a lot more likely than you might think.
Well, I tell you what, when it happens, I'm gonna kiss your ass on the courthouse lawn and give you 30 minutes to draw a crowd. How's that?
Well, no, I'm not going to ask for anything like that. But I'm just saying, will it happen? Probably not. But I've sent these around to a lot of people and people that cover college football, and they're like, yes, we need more of this.
But, I mean, Florida wasn't a national team. I mean, they were a good team. But
they were like a middle-of-the-pack SEC team.
Yeah.
That would occasionally have a good year.
Yeah, because it's kind of like where, Missouri was close but no cigar when they were in the Big 12.
Yeah, they're pretty much like the Missouri of the SEC.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, like, you can say that about a lot. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I mean, heck, look at Vanderbilt. I mean, I kept Vanderbilt in the SEC, and Vanderbilt's never going to, in my opinion, barring some miracle, Vanderbilt's always going to be a doorstep. But I kept them in for tradition's sake because they were a founding member. I'm not going to remove somebody who's a founding member if they're still in the conference. And
Right.
you might say,
I'm
that?
sorry, I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. Go ahead and keep talking.
Okay. And see, you might have said, well, why didn't you swap out Memphis for Vanderbilt? Why didn't you put Memphis in there? Well, number one, I kept Vanderbilt because number one, baseball. Number two, they bring up the GPA, and number three, they've been there since day one, and I'm not going to remove them.
Well, they kind
Figured
of.
out on-
Well, they got their butts handed to them by East Tennessee State in 2021. So it's kind of like, on the one hand, it's,
Don't get me wrong. Listen, they've always been horrible in football, but heck, Kentucky was always horrible in football.
true.
I mean, again, like we're always looking at it from the football perspective. I'm looking at it from the all sports perspective, and from the fact that these are still college students that go to class. And God, I wish I could remember his name. I'd have to look it up. But anyways, he just created hold on, let me try and find it because I sent him a message the other day. And when I find it, I want to tell y'all to go check out his.
Well, we are getting closer and closer to weeks.
Oh, okay. There we go. His name's Throwback Frog.
Throwback Frog.
Yes, he's on, I think, like the 6th video, and he made a video talking about all this realignment stuff and how pretty much only outside of a couple of exceptions, most teams have just fell flat and completely just fall apart.
Yeah. Well, now let me ask you a question. I'm trying to find where you have hold on. I'm looking at something here because where did you have Louisville?
Big Ten.
Big Ten,
Big Ten. Big Ten. Yeah.
the southernmost
they're-
team.
Because
There's another
they're they're on the border of Kentucky. I mean, Indiana, and Bloomington's like literally not even an hour and a half up the road.
Right. Yeah.
And basketball, that'd be an awesome conference. That'd be a bloodbath.
Why not Kentucky and Cincinnati in the Big Ten along with Louisville?
Well, because Kentucky's a founding member of the SEC, and they've been there since day one.
And I understand that history and tradition sort of thing. It's the only reason they're still in there.
Exactly. Now, again, if I was just going to say to hell with tradition and where you've been at since day one, I would have Colorado in the Mountain West with Colorado State.
No, you would have West Virginia and Penn State independent too.
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, because they were independent, and Miami. Well, Miami came into a conference.
Miami was independent until 91.
Right, and West Virginia was independent until then too, until 91.
Because I remember they tried to, what did they call it, the Metro Conference or something? It was like all the
Right.
Northeast teams.
The Metro was what, 70s?
Yeah, it was in the 70s, I think.
There used to be what was called the Beast of the East. Does anybody remember that? It wasn't a conference; it was just a team. Whoever was the Beast of the East, and
Yeah, it was like West Virginia, Penn State, Pitt, I think Syracuse.
Right. All of them were independent, and so whoever was the best team was the Beast of the East. West Virginia was the Beast of the East a couple of times, and Penn State was most of the time. Pitt was a lot of the times back in the 60s and 70s.
Oh, yeah, back when like Tony Dorsett and Johnny Majors won the national title.
Beast of the East was a distinction. So there's Talkers Pitt. Oh my gosh, Talkers Pitt's in here. Hello, everyone. Sorry,
My
I'm
God,
late.
Talkers Pitt, how you doing, brother?
Love you, brother. Hey,
I
Talkers
was
Pitt.
a month ago. I
Now,
was
listen.
I drove through Pittsburgh.
Talkers Pitt's a great friend of mine. Hey,
I love it.
Pitt fan and West Virginia fan, come on in here with us, talk a bit if you want to. If you want to hang out with us, we're just talking shit. We're putting TriStar down because he's got some crazy scenarios here, and he has Pitt, Penn State, and West Virginia in the same conference. I can agree with that. That would be fantastic. But then he has Marshall, James Madison, Liberty, East Carolina, and Temple, Rutgers, Syracuse, Connecticut, and Boston College. That none of them would have a chance.
Well, Boston
to recruit.
College, I mean, hell, they were a Big East team, and they got history with all those programs, and yeah, they've had some bad years, but I mean, hell,
Well, last
that's where
time
Matt
Boston
Ryan
College.
played.
Now wait a minute. The last friggin' time Boston College was even relevant was
Matt Ryan,
1993. 1993. They
2007.
beat Notre Dame, who was number 1 in the country. That's the last time Boston College had a
But
friggin' team.
I vividly remember in 2007, Boston College at one point was ranked number 2 in the nation because Matt Ryan was the quarterback, and they went to Virginia Tech and they beat Virginia Tech in Blacksburg. I vividly remember that game.
Well, and Florida State upset
Yeah.
them.
Okay. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Yeah, I'm not
But-
saying Boston College would be like a flipping powerhouse program all of a sudden, but I think they'd be a little more competitive.
August Pitt said he'll join us here in a few. That'd be great to have a Pitt fan in here on talking rivalries. Yeah. Come on in and eat some shit, Pitt. Come on in.
And that's the thing. But the good thing is with mine is that you get all those rivalries back and when they should be, and how it should be. Because at the end of the day, I mean, yeah, I know you're griping and moaning and groaning about East Carolina, and I don't care about all that. I added them honestly as filler because if that was
Let
the
me
case, I
tell
would
you
only
what I
had
would do.
6
Let me
teams
see
in
what
the
I would do in the
East.
East. Here's what I would do in the East. If I had to rewrite a Big East conference right now, here's what I would put. I would put Pitt, West Virginia, Virginia Tech, Virginia, North Carolina, Kentucky, Tennessee, and that would be a great Big East. You know,
So
and maybe you
that
throw
wouldn't even
maybe
be
you
that'd be
throw
the
in a
Appalachian Conference.
Well, maybe you throw in a few of the teams like Boston College or Syracuse, but you know what? It wouldn't be dominated by just 3 teams. I wouldn't have a 12-team conference that 3 teams are going to dominate, or one team. Penn State's going to dominate, and Penn State or Pitt and West Virginia are going to like split the rest of them. I wouldn't have a conference like that. I would have a conference to where, you know, teams can compete against each other, like Tennessee and North Carolina, Louisville, West Virginia, Pitt, Virginia Tech, Virginia. That would be a massive conference. That'd be a really good conference to watch. It'd be a lot of fun.
Well, again, I'm not worried about what's fun to watch. I'm worried about what makes sense and historically where you fit. Because again, you know what?
Wait. What drives the dollars? Stuff that's fun to watch or stuff that makes sense? Because you know what? To me, it makes sense for San Diego State to play UNLV, but I don't want to watch it. You know, to me, it makes sense for Rutgers to play Temple. To me, it makes sense for Rutgers to play Temple every year, but I don't want to watch it.
Well, yeah, if you're in Dallas, again, see, that's the problem. We're kind of NASCARizing college athletics.
But money is what drives it.
I understand.
Television
Money drives everything. I mean, because at the end of the day, you want to make $1. That's business 101. But also, business 101 is don't piss off your core fan base, which is what college athletics is doing right now. They're playing with fire.
Oh, I agree. I agree 100% with that. Now, that's the smartest thing you've said all night. Yeah, they are playing with fire.
Because look,
they are
if people
making
don't believe me, go look what happened in NASCAR. They did the same thing in the late 90s.
They sure did.
They started saying, "Oh, look at all these viewers we're getting now. Wait, we got to go put tracks out in Chicago, out in Los Angeles, out in Vegas, out in Phoenix, and all these places where they have no history." And foregoing tracks like North Wilkesboro and Rockingham, where they have been since the dawn of time and had a diehard,
There's
dedicated
a difference.
following.
There's a difference, though, TriStar. There's a difference. You know, when you got people like Dale Earnhardt Sr. getting killed, Dale Earnhardt Jr. retiring, Jeff Gordon retiring, Jimmy Johnson on the verge of retiring, that makes a difference. Guess what? Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, they're not retiring from football. They're not going to quit playing. That's a big difference there. You can compare it to NASCAR all God Christian freaking day long. They're not leaving college football. Ohio State's not going to quit playing college football. Neither is
But
Alabama or Georgia or West Virginia or Penn State or Pitt. None of them teams are
well,
going to retire.
I'm saying from the fact of that they risk alienating the diehard fans that have been there since day one, that can tell you the history and have been following that team for many, many years. That, yeah, on a national level, people might like Washington State, for example. Yeah, people in Nashville or Atlanta might not give two flying, you know what's about Washington State. But you
Can
go
I
up
prove
there
you
and
wrong? Can I prove you wrong?
prove me wrong.
Me.
Well, yeah, you. But
I'm a West. No, wait. I'm a West Virginia fan, right? I love the rivalries. I miss the rivalries with Pitt, Penn State, Virginia Tech, Maryland, all them. But guess what? We play in the Big 12 now. I didn't quit watching. We didn't retire from football. We didn't quit playing football. You know, it's like, you know, I missed the rivalries. I won them, but I didn't quit watching West Virginia play football. I quit watching NASCAR. I agree with you, TriStar. I quit watching NASCAR. But that's only because some of my favorite drivers retired and quit and got out of it. Even though NASCAR was going downhill, like you said, I agree with that. They still had a huge supporting fan base until Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Jeff Gordon retired.
You asked me who's driving in NASCAR. I can't possibly tell you.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you right now. I couldn't tell
you.
I couldn't tell you right now. I mean, you know, you have to go back, like the days that I watched it was the days of Bill Elliott, Eric Gant, Dell Senior, Richard
Handsome
Petty.
Harry Gant, man. That's a name.
You know, Mr. September. I mean, you know, I mean, it's amazing that those guys are really what drove NASCAR.
Well,
Just like Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, USC, all these teams, all these blue bloods are driving college football.
wait. Hold on now.
The
Georgia's
difference
not
is
a blue
they're not
blood.
leaving.
Georgia's not a blue blood.
The difference is they're not going anywhere.
Well,
They're
yeah,
not
but I'm
going
talking
anywhere.
about the overall health, though. Yeah, obviously Alabama,
I'm gonna tell
Georgia,
you.
Tennessee.
I'm gonna tell you somebody that should be a blue blood. In all honesty, if you look at national championships and you look at all-time wins and national championships thing, here's a team that should be a blue blood right here. How you doing, Talking Spit? What's going on, brother?
What's up,
man,
everybody?
Talking Spit, how you been, brother? I heard from you.
I just got off work.
Well, we've been having a good time in here and things. I don't know how much of the show you got to catch, but TriStar has come up with some interesting scenarios to where West Virginia, Pitt, and Penn State are going to win the Big East every single year with his scenario, because he's putting us back into the Big East. But here's the thing. Here's the thing about this, Talking Spit. The Big East, in his mind, now consists of Pitt, Penn State, and West Virginia. Now, on top of that, he's got Marshall, James Madison, Liberty, East Carolina, Temple, Rutgers, UConn, Boston College, and Syracuse in there. I mean,
so he has the old Big East, pretty much.
Well, he's got the old Big East in a way, because there's Temple and Rutgers and UConn, Boston College, Syracuse, West Virginia, Pitt. That's the old Big East. Penn State, Marshall, James Madison, Liberty, and East Carolina would all be newcomers. But that conference, here, let me bring this up so you can see it. Let me present this for you so you can see this, Talk a bit, because I want you to see this thing. So here we go. Here's his Big East. this is what he wants to see. Now, this is a conference that, in my opinion, will be dominated by Penn State, and then the rest of the time split between Pitt and West Virginia. These other teams wouldn't have a chance.
No, yeah, I wouldn't even give Penn State the automatic. They're gonna dominate the conference.
Just dominate and kill everybody. I mean,
Yeah,
they've had down years too.
I can't sit there and give them that because it's like, here's what they do, and that's not something we do. All right, when we have big time games, most of the time Pitt will win those games. When Penn State has big time games, they lose. Outside of a New Year's Six bowl, or not even a New Year's Six bowl, it's just any big game on their schedule, they just can't seem to win. You know, the Ohio States, the Michigans, and whatnot. And
It's like they'll have these big games, but they always come up short.
oh yeah, definitely. I mean, here the thing is, Penn State, their administration and their fan base have said multiple times, there's no benefit in playing either Pitt or West Virginia. It doesn't do anything for our program. It's more for their program. And that's just, to me, why don't you just come out and say, we don't want to play you?
Austin, what do you?
To be honest with you, Jackson, I kind of agree with Joey. I think Penn State would probably, I wouldn't say dominate, but they would win it 90% of the time. And then I kind of think Pitt, West Virginia would split. And maybe you'd have an odd year like a Liberty or James Madison winning on like an off year that maybe one of those three are down. Maybe Syracuse sneak in or Boston College. That would be my thought on it.
So here I'm going to well, all right. So here, I'm going to tell you right now, 2025 rankings. Let's just look at this and just figure this out. Who would dominate? All right. So here's 2025 recruiting rankings. All right. West Virginia is 21st in the country. Pittsburgh is 31st in the country. Penn State's number 9 in the country. Now let's find out where James Madison is. Let's just find out. Let's see where James Madison is.
I know James Madison, Liberty, Marshall, they're going to be way down there.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so here's James Madison. All right, so James Madison is 99th in the country. Woo, boy, they're on fire. Let's look at Liberty.
They're probably somewhere around there too.
Yeah, I would say.
So
you know,
I'm
the
not
thing about it
disagreeing
is,
with that.
they don't even have Liberty. They don't even have Liberty listed on. I can't even. Wait. Dylan. Who is that? That ain't Dylan. Dawson. He muted. Okay. So who else do you have in the Big East here? You got Temple. Let's look at Temple. Let's see where Temple.
Probably not killing it in recruiting, but again.
Well, they're. Yeah, I mean, let's find out here. So Temple is. Oh, they don't even have a ranking. You know why they don't have a ranking? They've got one recruit who has no stars. They have one recruit who has no stars. All right, so let's go to who else do we have over here? Marshall. Marshall. Let's see where Marshall is. Let's just find out. Here we go.
Yeah.
Marshall is currently 91st in the nation. I'm trying to figure out where you think these teams are going to be able to compete with Penn State, Pitt, and West Virginia. It's not going to happen.
Well, I'm not saying that they're going to, really compete that much, but I'm not worried about competition. I'm more worried about what makes sense in terms of geographical location, because teams go up and down. Teams have up years and down years. That happens all the time.
How you doing, Dylan? Welcome back, brother.
I'm doing good. Am I still echoing?
No, I don't hear an echo now. So you sound like you might have fixed your problem.
I had to get a whole new another phone to do it.
Oh, okay. Okay, good deal. So, Dylan, have you been listening to the conversation?
Uh, the last conversation I listened to was about Louisville joining the Big 12.
Louisville joined. Oh, okay. That's a long time ago. Yeah. So we've been talking about TriStar in his conference realignment. Hey, Dave. So, am I the only one that's got an objection to these conference realignments of TriStars? I mean, I'm not trying to give TriStar a hard time. I love
Right.
TriStar. TriStar is
Yeah,
a good friend of mine, but
he's on the right track. He has the right idea. The only real problem you might have had was one small conference, the Big Eight, and one conference loaded with a bunch of nobodies. The 5 teams in the Big East that suck.
yeah,
That
really bad.
aren't in my Division 1 players, if
Yeah,
you
I
will.
mean, I have nothing to say about his other conference realignment.
The
Even
general
the
idea is
Pac-12. The Pac-12 makes sense to me for him. The Southeast Conference makes a lot of sense. Even the Big East makes Big Eight. I mean, makes sense, except there's only 8 teams, and if you're going to throw all those teams over in the Big East, I feel like there's some teams over there in the Big Eight country or around that area, UNLV, and those teams that probably deserve to be
UNLV's
there.
on the West Coast.
You are in Big Eight country, is what you're saying, right?
No,
You're down here.
no. UNLV is on the West Coast. They're in Las Vegas. They're on the Arizona, California, Nevada border.
And last time I checked, I don't know where you are, but Las Vegas is the fucking desert. It's not on the east. It's not on the West Coast in the ocean here.
it's
Well,
out there.
well, okay. Well, it'll be
Just the
maybe
last time I
Mountain
checked.
West.
Now last time I checked, but
Well, I mean, you're literally 20 minutes from the California border. I mean,
well, yeah, I know that. But you know what? I can literally get to Colorado pretty quick too from California.
But he had Arizona and Arizona State, but not UNLV in that West Pac, whatever Pac-12.
Right,
So
he did.
it's as far left as the Arizona schools.
I like, yeah, he had Arizona State, BYU, Utah, but no Boise State. No Boise State, but Utah and BYU. But
well,
yet over
then
here on the
it would
East
have
Coast,
been
you
like
have,
16, 17 teams in that
well,
conference.
but are we going for regional good football teams, or are we going for just whatever TriStar wants?
I'm
I'm
trying
just
to.
trying to figure.
I was trying to combine the two with what works. Boise, that's the thing. It's. I didn't want a conference being bigger than 12 because I feel like once you get bigger than 12, then you can't really have a team come up. Like it's going to be so convoluted, and things are not going to make any sense.
What
Like
state? Let me ask you a question. What state is between California and Utah?
Nevada.
What did I just say? What did I say about UNLV?
If you're going to put them in a conference, you put them in the Pac-12. But what has UNLV done ever really? Besides, they had some good years in basketball, like in early
What's
90s.
What's Marshall done? How about James Madison?
Well, I mean, you could swap out Marshall for Cincinnati, I guess.
Okay. So then why not switch out Liberty for Virginia Tech?
Because they're in the ACC.
James Madison for Virginia.
Because they're in the ACC.
James Madison for Maryland.
No,
but you're trying to keep regional rivalries, is what you're saying.
Yes.
So
wait a minute. Wait. You're trying to keep regional rivalries, and that's your whole purpose of this conference realignment, but yet you don't have Maryland, Virginia, Virginia Tech, West Virginia, Penn State, Pitt, right there in the same conference. But you're going to throw Liberty and James Madison in there?
In East Carolina.
I
keep saying that, I'm sorry. The Power Rangers.
In East Carolina, though. You're right, Dave.
I mean, okay, well then, what do you got to say about me adding App State to the ACC then?
I would be okay with that. I would be okay with that.
What's the
App State,
difference?
App State would be a great team in the ACC. You know why? Because UNC's in the ACC.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, the thing is with football is that the ball bounces in weird ways, and sometimes you might have a surprisingly good team.
My thing is with it, TriStar and Joey, is I've got a good buddy of mine who always says in basketball, anything can happen. But in football, if you got a bunch of 5 stars, like Penn State does, and you go over to say Marshall, James Madison, they're going to obliterate them most times. I mean, like West Virginia even.
I think he
Go
got
ahead.
pissed and left. I think he got pissed and left.
Oh no, I hope not. 'Cause he's
No,
really
no,
he's got the
no,
right
no.
idea. Just a little tweaking's all we're talking about, and just
No,
kind
he's
of
back. He's back. I thought he done got pissed and left. He's
No,
the
back.
right idea.
no, I don't know why.
Little tweaking.
It just, I thought something happened or something. I don't know. I'm back.
Talker's Pit says he got a phone call. He'll be back, I guess.
TriStar, you're on the right track. Just a little tweaking is all Joey and all of us are talking about.
Yeah, I
You're
mean,
really-
I kept Virginia Tech in the ACC because I just feel like they fit a lot better there. I know they were in the Big East there for like the first 12 years of the Big East, but with them being in Virginia and they're right down the road from the North Carolina schools, I mean, yeah, I would still have them play West Virginia every year, but I just feel like they fit so much better in that, just because of where they're located and what makes more sense. I mean, and I'm consistent with that because, like, look at BYU, they were in the WAC. Same thing with Utah. Utah didn't become a Power 5 program until 2012 or 2011. So that's my whole thing, is that teams go up and teams go down. And I feel like having that as the core would work for the long term, and it would make things a lot better.
All right, Jackson, TriStar, Dylan, Austin, and my good buddy, Mr. Dave. Do me a favor. Y'all want to keep going? Y'all want to keep talking? Y'all want to end it?
Sure, I ain't got nothing else to do.
Jackson, you all right?
Either
Dave,
one,
you
go
okay?
with me.
I'm good. Jackson's having a little dinner, I think. So he's
All right,
quiet.
so give me 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna go off camera and mute my mic. Give me 5 minutes. Jackson, Dave, y'all show. Keep it going, all right, brother? I'll be right back.
All right.
Rock and roll. Loving all the red in the view here. We got what's that? Wisconsin, Jackson? Is that what you got there with
Yes,
Badger?
some friends of mine got me a Wisconsin hoodie a few years back. I was watching over their house and planting their flowers while they were on vacation. Made some good money, and let's see, I got a thank you card, and I got this Wisconsin hoodie, and I cherish it to this day.
Now,
So-
I think you're in the South, Jackson. I'm not trying to be specific, but I forgot roughly where you're at.
Oh, I'm in Alabama, but I'm
Okay.
actually an Alabama fan, of course.
So Jackson, I got a topic I want to bring up, and since TriStar's here, I want to get his opinion on this. So, TriStar, how do you feel about Tennessee scheduling UTEP? Because my good buddy Jackson up here, he's got the mindset of, if you're a contender, you should not be scheduling cupcakes. You should be playing real opponents. How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, I can kind of understand that, but at the same time, every school does that. It's so that way you can basically it's basically seen as like an extra bye week for the conference, during your conference play. Because again, do you want a bunch of 3 and 4 lost teams? I don't.
Yeah, looks like.
Where Jackson's coming from, and we've had the conversations, and he can speak more to this. But I kind of like you, TriStar. I understand why teams do it, that way there's still 1 loss, 2 loss teams time when we get to the big rivalries. Like when Tennessee Alabama plays, I want both of them to be undefeated, healthy, and playing their best football because that makes for great television. I would hate to see Tennessee be 4-4 going into that game, or Alabama have already 2 losses. That kind of takes away from it, in my opinion, just a little bit. It's still Alabama, Tennessee. It's still one of the best games of the year.
Sorry.
But I always think. Oh, go ahead.
But yeah, I'll be honest with you, TriStar. If it makes you feel better, I've been getting on to my Crimson Tide for playing Mercer. It's like I'm not too happy.
I mean, well, here's a funny thing about Alabama and Auburn. Did y'all know that they never play any in-state schools besides each other?
Yeah.
Well, what other state schools are there in Alabama?
Oh, you got a bunch of them. You got Jackson State, you got North Alabama, you got Sanford, you got Troy, you got South Alabama.
Alabama, Birmingham.
You got UAB, the Blazers. You got West Alabama.
Can be good.
There's a lot of like G5 FCS programs in the state of Alabama. I mean, hell, you got Alabama State and Alabama A&M. You got 2 HBCUs.
What?
But my point is,
sorry,
is see, like what Tennessee does is outside of Vanderbilt, we always play one non-con in-state school every year. We kind of rotate them. Like we'll play like Chattanooga or
Middle Tennessee,
ETSU. Last year we played Austin Peay, or we'll play like Tennessee Tech.
I got Austin Peay to open this year. Cupcake.
Yeah, we haven't played great game.
Kind of interesting schedule this year, actually. I wish I'd seen Big Lou's Uncle Lou's take on our schedule. I've been watching a little bit of Uncle Lou.
Let me ask you, what do you think about that, Joey? The better team scheduling cupcakes. Do you like it or not like it?
No, I here's what so West Virginia has scheduled 11 Power Fives every year. I mean, they just have for years. They schedule 11 Power Fives, but that's because I think we don't get a lot of respect at West Virginia. So we schedule 11 Power Fives so that when we win 10 games, we look better, right? So this year we're playing Penn State and Pitt. Last year we played Penn State and Pitt. The year before we played Pitt and who the hell was the other Power Five? Virginia Tech. The year before that was Pitt and Virginia Tech. You know, and go all the way back as far as you want to. We've always played 11 Power Fives. I'm okay with that, but it makes it really hard. I mean, it's hard to go undefeated, period, right? Even if you play 2 cupcake teams and 10 Power Five.
That's what I've got. 2 cupcakes
really
and 10.
hard. Yeah, but when you're playing 11 Power Fives, it's really, really hard. So yeah, I don't like that, to be honest with you, by West Virginia to do that. So I would much rather play. I don't want to play Marshall because there's nothing in it for West Virginia, but I wouldn't mind playing a Liberty or a James Madison, which
like
we
a
have
MAC
played.
team or something.
Right, just a Liberty or a James Madison, and then play a
MAC
Albany,
team like Ohio or
or
Bowling Green
Albany or somebody like that, and then playing 1 Power 5 team, maybe a Pitt or a Penn State. Then 1 Power 5 team and 2 cupcakes. I would much rather do that than 11 Power 5s. But I think that since West Virginia is doing it, that I don't look at other teams the same because they're not doing it. Does that make sense? Like,
yes.
You know, the SEC is like, they have a really tough schedule, but then the easy part of their schedule is so friggin' simple. I don't care which team you look at. They're just like they've got really cupcakes on their schedule other than SEC teams, right? And even some SEC teams, look, if you look at the Big 12 and you take this year, you could probably take the top 8 to 9 teams in the Big 12. They could beat anybody in the SEC that's going to finish 4th place or worse. In all honesty, they could. Yeah, I don't. You could say if Georgia finishes first and LSU second and Georgia third and Kentucky fourth, just saying. I'm not saying that's how they're going to be. Then everybody else could be beat by anybody that's a top 10 team in the Big 12. And guess what? The top of that list, the top 5 of that list, could beat anybody up to the top 2 of the SEC. And the top 2 of the SEC are just like they're out there on a stratosphere all by themselves, and nobody's going to beat them, just like the Big 10. But you got your top 2 teams in each one of them conferences, and that's it. I like the depth of the Big 12, but you've got to, if you don't play, if you're going to play cupcakes, or you're going to play 3 cupcakes. So like I seen one year where Alabama played, and I might be wrong. I think they played Middle Tennessee, Alabama, Birmingham, and they played.
They never play UAB. They never play UAB.
Oh, okay. But then maybe it was Middle Tennessee and Western Michigan or somebody like that. But anyway, they played 2 really, really simple games, and then the third game was against like I don't remember who, but somebody like a Kansas back in the day, like just some team that didn't have a chance, like maybe Wake Forest out of the ACC or something. That was an Alabama schedule, and then they had their SEC schedule, and the SEC schedule, don't get me wrong, is pretty tough. But when you're playing 2 cupcakes and then one of the weakest Power 5 teams in the nation, I just don't see where that's a very strong schedule.
Man, Ole Miss, like I've been pissed off for the last few days about Ole Miss USC series being canceled because it's like the storylines we could have had with this game. Lane Kiffin coached against USC for the first time since he got fired and had to walk home, so to speak, after that loss.
Yeah, they fired him on the tarmac, literally.
Yeah.
That's what sorry bastard deserves.
I mean, because it's like the storylines were just. I'm hoping Ole Miss gets another Power 5 opponent. Like let's say
they probably will.
They better, or I'm gonna be.
Well, it's just like you look at Tennessee going to Oklahoma this year. That's got tons of storylines involving Josh Heupel.
Right.
That's his return to Norman.
Exactly.
Since he got fired from them 10 years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, so again, going back to with my conferences and everything, it would not only solidify the teams that are already big time programs, you would see teams come back. You'd see Nebraska, I think, make a huge comeback. Because now, my friend, the TC YouTuber, I said his name earlier, I don't know his name slipped me, but he mentioned this factor, and nobody talks about it. And he calls it the give a damn factor. How much will your program and your fans care about this move, about who they're playing? Nebraska is.
Well, so you're talking about the Josh Heupel thing. Is that like when Jeremy Pruitt back in 2018 had to go back to Alabama? I mean,
no. This is totally different from the fact of not only did Josh Heupel play at Oklahoma, he's their last quarterback to win the national championship.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that didn't work out too well. So Jeremy Pruitt didn't work out for you at all. Now, look, y'all got a great team right now in Tennessee. I think that Tennessee is a dark horse, pretty dark horse in my opinion in the SEC. But Tennessee's a pretty good team right now. But I can remember the storylines back in 2018 when Jeremy Pruitt took over, and everybody was like, "Oh, we're back," right? That didn't work out too well.
Well, I think there's a huge difference between now and the period of what I like to call the Three Stooges. And we had as head coaches, Derek Billy, Coach Jones, and Jeremy Pruitt. Is that this is the best this team has been since the fall. And now I'm not saying we're at that level we were in the late 90s. We're not there yet. We're getting there. And I think the way the season and the schedule is set up, don't be surprised if Tennessee does win. Say possibly they do win 11 games, and their one loss is at Georgia. Because until we actually do it, I'm not picking us to Georgia.
You might be right. You might be right. I just don't see it.
Alabama, I've got a lot of questions about Alabama. Like,
Well, I do too. I mean, I do too. I mean, but I think we all do after Nick Saban left, because let's face it, when Nick Saban got to Alabama back in 2007,
they were a dumpster fire.
They were a dumpster fire, right? They were a dumpster fire. They were horrible.
And to give
But the same way with Tennessee, they were a dumpster fire too, just a couple of years ago.
Yeah. When Heupel got there, we were under an investigation. We're coming off a 3-win season. I mean, it was about as low as it's ever been in Knoxville. And I can still remember when Saban got to Alabama. What people are saying about Nebraska and Georgia Tech is what everybody was saying about Alabama. Literally, I vividly remember. It was like, yeah, Gene Stallings won that one title in '92, but they haven't really done anything consistent since Bear Bryant since the '70s.
Well, that brings up something interesting. Let's talk about this as a fact here for a second. So, Nebraska, we talked about Tom Osborne, how great he was at Nebraska, and they've had a shitstorm of coaches come in there and just like run them down the hill. How about Matt Rule? What are your thoughts? Can Matt Rule bring them back?
I think he's getting them there. I think he is. If he can win 10 games at Temple, I mean, think of the resources he's got in Lincoln. I know people want to say about the location. Listen, location don't mean anything. Because if it was all about location, Miami would have the #1 recruiting class by a country mile, and it wouldn't be close.
Well, let's face it. Dave Aranda won the Big 12 at Baylor with Matt Rule recruits, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and Matt Rule.
And look what Matt Rule took over after the whole Art Briles, thing.
Right.
That was a dead program, basically. They were talking about how Baylor might get the death penalty.
Yeah.
But did the NFL, did his experience, did Matt Rule's experience in the NFL,
bug. He got
right.
the NFL
Did
bug,
that
which
bring him
most
down?
coaches do.
Did that bring Matt Rule down? Now,
I don't think it did.
David Smoke, a good friend of mine, and I know David Smoke's a great friend of Matt Rule. So, and I've talked to David Smoke about Matt Rule personally on the phone and everything else. So he has a strong belief in Matt Rule to bring Nebraska back. But David Smoke is a Nebraska fan. So he's going to obviously
he's going to see it with those red colored glasses.
Right. Is Matt Rule the next Tom Osborne?
No, I know. Because number one, there's again, I don't think there could ever be another Tom. Nick Saban was not even Tom Osborne. And yeah, Nick Saban, but here's the thing. You got to think about this. Tom Osborne, if there was a playoff system in the 70s and 80s and 90s, he would have had way more than, 3 national championships. He would have had like 8 or 9.
Can I ask a question, though? So we look at Matt Rule, and we're basing this off of what he done at a couple of different colleges, right? And stuff. And Baylor, he was fantastic. He brought him out after that crap, that they went through with Art Briles, and he brought him back. And let's say that he can do half of that at Nebraska. Let's just say he can do half of that. That's not going to be on the same level as Tom Osborne, but it does get him back to 8-4,
national relevance.
7-5.
No,
if Nebraska goes 7-5 the next 2 years, and then goes 8-4 for 2 years, are they happy? Is Nebraska happy being back to 8-4, 7-5?
No.
Well, I think they're going to do even better than that, honestly. I mean,
So that's why I'm asking to see the next Tom Osborne, because listen,
well,
we're talking about
again,
Nebraska here. We're not talking about Alabama. we're talking about Nebraska and recruiting into Nebraska. Can he do much better than 7-5, 8-4 at
Yeah,
Nebraska?
I think he does better than that this year. I think he wins 9 games at the least this year.
Oh, really?
Yes. Look, I mean, they should be undefeated going into Ohio State.
Do you
Now
agree
I
with
got
that,
it.
Jackson?
Yeah,
I mean, their toughest game will be probably what, Rutgers at home.
I
The only
wouldn't
reason I
count
say that is because
Colorado.
Rutgers. Well, Colorado. Well, here's the thing. I think now teams are going to be a lot more prepared for Shadur Sanders. And here's the thing: Nebraska is 3rd in the nation in returning production. They literally returned everybody off that really good defense last year. And I think their problem last year was they have Jeff Sims and Chuba Purdy at quarterback, who were horrible.
So here we go. Nebraska. August 31st, we're playing UTEP.
They'll win
Oh,
that.
win. Nebraska, Colorado, September 7th.
I think they
All right,
win
so-
that. And it's at home.
All right, well, now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Yep. Somebody's got some noise going on. So Nebraska, Colorado, Deion Sanders got the excitement going there again, right? And we're only talking about game 2. So the players are going to be pretty fired up. And let's face it, Colorado's got some friggin' talent. They got a lot more talent than Nebraska does right now. I'm not saying Colorado's going to win the game because they're not necessarily a team. They've got a lot of good talent. They haven't made a team of it yet. But I don't make that a gimme for Nebraska in any way.
Oh, no. I think it's a close game, but I think because it's in Lincoln, the home field factor, and I think Matt Rule, considering it's the 2nd year, his system is implemented more, and I think it's a revenge game for last year for them getting embarrassed in Boulder. I think they get their lick back.
All right, then we got Northern Iowa and Illinois. And this is the cool thing about this is Nebraska's got 4 home games to open the season. 4 home games. So, yeah, they should be 4-0 playing Northern Iowa and Illinois, UTEP. And Colorado is kind of a toss-up to me, but let's give them the win. So they're 4-0.
Purdue.
Then the Purdue
easy game, but we don't know what to make of Ryan Walters yet in his 2nd year.
Okay. I agree with that. All right, so Nebraska, Purdue. Then they're going back home again. They're playing Rutgers. That's an easy game. They should win that. That's not going to be easy. Greg Schiano's got some great stuff going on at Rutgers, but they don't have the talent level Nebraska should have.
They got a really good running back, though. I'll give them that.
Well, Greg Schiano can get them running backs, right? So, I mean, yeah, but let's give them a win there. So let's say they win 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's say they're 6-0 going into Indiana.
Perfect look ahead spot.
Yeah,
Nebraska,
they kind of look like a perfect trap game, especially.
Yeah, that smells of a trap game.
yeah, because they're looking ahead to Ohio State by now. They're they're 6-0. They're excited, and now they're going
They're
to play
probably ranked
Indiana.
top 15.
Right. Now they're going to Indiana and looking ahead to Ohio State.
And was it last year Indiana almost beat Ohio State last year, wasn't it? Like they gave Ohio State a game?
State and Happy Valley.
I'm thinking you're thinking of 2020.
Oh, I thought it was one year where Ohio State. I thought it was last year with Colin McCord.
It was
Well,
last year.
let's just say Nebraska trips up there and loses to Indiana because it's a trap game, right? So now they're 6-1 and they're going to Ohio State. Well, that's a loss. Bottom line.
I don't have to beat Ohio State.
So now they're 6-2. Now UCLA. Now they're 6-3. UCLA is going to be a pretty decent team, and I think they're going to be better than Nebraska.
UCLA's
I think the test for Nebraska will be, can they end the losing streak against Wisconsin? Because everybody's got to remember, the last time they beat Wisconsin was in 2012 in week 5. Ever since then, they have not beaten the Wisconsin Badgers since they joined the Big Ten. That's going to be the big question for the Nebraska Cornhuskers. Can they end the losing streak against Wisconsin?
So
They're not
I
making a
agree.
bowl prediction.
Nebraska should start out 6-0, but I think they could lose their next 6 games pretty easy. Indiana, Ohio State, Nebraska. UCLA, USC, Wisconsin, and Iowa. There's none of them games that
Yeah,
are
their
gimmies.
schedule's definitely more backloaded. But
Yeah.
I think by that time Ray Lowell will have played enough to kind of get the freshman jitters out of him. That
Well,
he'll be
here's my problem with this: is Nebraska. Let's say that I look at this and say, okay, they win the top half of their schedule and win 6 in a row, and they lose the bottom half of their schedule and they end up 6-6. But that's not far off from that Colorado game, game 2, being that Nebraska don't make a bowl game. I think there's a good chance that Nebraska doesn't even make a bowl game this year.
I just think Nebraska's one of the under the radar teams this year. I really do. I think what they got coming back, and they're even though he's a true freshman, you can't deny he's a huge upgrade for him. I think they had a couple of good wide receivers out there. And they're set up pretty well. Like I said, by the time that they do get to that meat of the schedule, they'll be gelled enough, I guess you could say, where like UCLA, that's the first time I've heard anybody say that they think UCLA could be a good team.
I think I'm not saying they're going to be a good team. I didn't say that. I'm thinking that
UCLA's
UCLA is
not
a
gonna
bowl. I think UCLA is going to be a bowl team. I think they could beat Nebraska.
Well, that game's in Lincoln, and I'm giving Nebraska that one. I mean, heck, I'm even tempted to give Nebraska USC because, yeah, USC's got a good offense, but I don't know about their defense.
Nah, Nebraska's not going to beat USC. Nah.
Poor Joey. What about this?
Austin, you're really breaking up. No, he muted himself. Austin, you muted yourself or something.
What about this, Joey? What if they win their first half, but they, as you say, lose that Indiana game and then go on a losing streak on that back half, like you're saying? Then it could be the role reversal of that. They'll look and say, we lost to Indiana. And Indiana might not be that good of a football team, even with Kurt Cincinnati. And
Well,
it's
I don't
like,
think Indiana's going to be a good football team. I'm not saying Indiana's going to be a good football team. I'm saying it's a trap game. And the reason why it's a trap game is because they're
You
going
got
up
Ohio
against
State the very next week.
Bro, and before that, they got to face Greg Schiano at Rutgers. And Greg Schiano is a pretty damn good coach. I don't care how bad Rutgers might look. Greg Schiano is a good coach. So then they're going to be looking forward to Ohio State. Let's say they win against Rutgers. That's going to be a tough game. And the next week, they got to face off with Indiana before Ohio State. I think it's a trap game. And I think they'll lose that game. So I can see 6-6 here. But let's go back to week 2 in Colorado. and the fighting Deion Sanders over there in Colorado, who are fired up and ready to go, and they're woohoo. And let's say they win week 1 at Colorado, they're fired up and ready to go week 2, and they're still excited. And Nebraska is just now coming out of their shell because they just now got a coach and Matt Rule, but they dropped that game to Colorado. Now all of a sudden they win everything else in the top half, but lose in final 6. They're a 5-7 team and don't make a bowl. Not saying that's going to happen. I'm just thinking that could be a possibility.
Yeah, that's absolutely a possibility.
I think Nebraska is going to go 6-6, and here's why. I think they're going to split a game. I think they're going to split the Nebraska, Indiana, Colorado, Nebraska game. I think they're going to split those games. They're going to win one and lose the other. But I really believe they're going to lose to Ohio State bottom line, there's no doubt they're going to lose that game.
Right.
The following week, UCLA, they're going to look ahead. That's a trap game there. UCLA is a trap game, but still yet, Ohio State and USC, and then UCLA in between them games, they're going to lose to
Now,
UCLA.
here's a good little question scenario. What if Nebraska is undefeated going into Ohio State, and Ohio State still doesn't have their quarterback situation figured out, and we all know Nebraska's going to have a really good defense? What if somehow Nebraska did pull that upset off? What is
So
the
you're
nation
saying
saying?
you're saying that the K-State transfer to Ohio State's not going to be any good. Will Howard's not going to be any good, right?
Well, I'm just saying maybe it's not jelly. Like he has a
'Cause
bad game.
he's a pretty damn good quarterback, and they picked up.
Well, I mean, everybody was saying about Kyle McCord too.
I think the better question is how will the O-line be for the Ohio State Buckeyes? Because from what I've heard, that's been an issue throughout 2023.
Well, I agree with that. If they was playing somebody other than Nebraska, if
True.
they're playing Michigan, if they're playing Penn State, if they're playing Wisconsin, yeah, I would question the O line for Ohio State. I'm not going to question them against Nebraska right now. Now, give it next year, it might be a little bit different story. But right now, I'm not going to question the O line of Ohio State against Nebraska.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I'm not expecting Nebraska to get anything done against the Buckeyes this year. I just want to see if they can finally slay that dragon that's Wisconsin. That's pretty much my question for the country. And if they do that, then we really know that things are heading in the right direction for the Cornhuskers.
Well, I agree. I think, well, first off, Nebraska's headed in the right direction already because they finally hired a coach in Matt Rule. Right? I think that they can't go nowhere but up from here. Now, whether or not they are a 7-5 or 8-4 team this year, I have my doubts. I think their ceiling right now would be 7-5, but I think their floor is going to be like 4-8. And I could see 4-8, but I mostly see 6-6 when I look at the schedule.
You think you get that bad, Joey? 4-8? That's pretty bad.
Austin, I'm sorry, man, you're breaking up really bad. But I think you said,
sorry,
do I
Joey.
see a 4-8? Do I see a 4-8? All right, so yeah, I could see a 4-8 because let's say Nebraska and UTEP. All right, easy win. Colorado, let's say Colorado beats them. There's a loss, right? Northern Iowa, they'll win that. Illinois, hey, listen, it's Nebraska and Illinois. Yeah, I could see Illinois beating them. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I could see it. It could happen. Purdue could also happen. Purdue could beat Nebraska. Rutgers could very easily beat Nebraska. Indiana could beat Nebraska because it's kind of a trap game before Ohio State. Yeah, I could see a very easily 4-8 team here. But I'm not saying that's going to happen. I really see a 6-6, 7-5 Nebraska team. In my opinion. And I don't know. I mean, hell, I'm not a big Nebraska follower, and I don't follow the Big Ten as closely as a lot of other people. But at the same time, Matt Rule's a great coach, but let's face it, he's on year 2, guys. He's on year 2 from a team that was pretty bad, almost as bad as Colorado, almost as bad as Kansas. So Lance Leipold didn't turn Kansas around in 1 year, and Deion Sanders sure as hell didn't do it in year 1 at Colorado. Matt Rule didn't turn them around. So I think that, I think that their ceiling is 7-5. I think their floor is 4-8.
I'm a lot more optimistic about Nebraska. I'm not saying they're going to win a national championship. No. to say they're going to win the Big Ten. But I absolutely can see them winning 19 games. Just with how their schedule lines up. I don't see them losing to UCLA. I've got questions about Wisconsin and Iowa. And Iowa, honestly, I hope that final is like 2-0. That'd be hilarious. And I don't think Matt Rule would let Nebraska look ahead to Ohio State if they're in that position.
Well, yeah. All right, let's start at the bottom of the schedule. Nebraska, Iowa. How many people think Nebraska has a chance against Iowa?
I do.
Do you?
I do.
I think
Okay.
it's a toss-up.
All right. So 50-50. All right. How about Wisconsin?
50-50.
50-50.
Okay. How about USC?
50.
50-50.
Honestly, we will know a little more about whether USC's defense is more the same or better or worse by the time November 16th rolls around. So that does look like a 50-50 game. Nebraska,
How about UCLA?
80-20% for, I think 80% for Nebraska.
Okay. How about you, Trustor?
Are you talking about UCLA?
Yeah.
I think that, I think Nebraska absolutely wins that. It's in Lincoln. It's at home.
Dave? Dave, what do you think about UCLA?
I really just don't know. This is all Big 12 football. If you ask me.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, Big 10, but yeah, okay. All right.
Oh,
How about
Big
Ohio
8, really.
State?
Big 8, really.
How many people think Ohio State? Nebraska has.
Oh, definitely. I mean, just
95% Ohio State.
Yeah, I think we all agree there. They're not going to beat Ohio State.
Yeah.
All right. So and then Indiana. How about Indiana?
60% Nebraska.
I'll say like 65, and I would be higher if it wasn't for the fact that that's kind of a perfect trap look ahead game scenario.
All right. So out of the bottom 6 games that I said that I thought they could lose, y'all are pretty much 50-50 on when you look across the board. So where am I wrong when I say they could lose these games? When
Well,
y'all
they
are pretty
absolutely
much
could.
50-50. Right. All right. So let's look at the top half. Let's start at the top. UTEP. They'll beat UTEP.
100%. Yeah, they'll beat them.
Yeah. No, Colorado. How about that one?
65%.
Oh, really? How about you?
I don't trust Deion Sanders.
No.
I don't either. I don't think he's got it.
And all this talk about talent, it's literally 2 guys. Travis Hunter and Shadur Sanders. That's it.
Well, no. All them transfers he brought in were really good transfers.
They
And he
were
brought in like 84 of them. So,
But he does that. He's done that every year, though. And
well, he's not got a team. He's got a lot of good players.
well,
He don't have
that's
a
the thing.
team.
I'd rather have a good team than a handful of good players.
Right. I want. Give me a team that's played together for at least a year, and then I can call it a team. He don't have that at Colorado. But
And I
guess
don't think
what?
he'll ever have it.
He's got a lot of good players, and actually probably a lot better players than Nebraska has.
Oh yeah,
And I
Shadur
like it.
Sanders and Travis Hunter are better than anybody on.
So he could lose that game, right? He could lose that Colorado game. I'm actually going to give
Maybe.
Nebraska. I'm actually only going to give Nebraska about a 40% chance of winning that. I'm going to say it's 60-40 in favor of Colorado.
I give about 65. A lot of that too because it's at home.
Northern Iowa, he'll win. Illinois, okay.
I'll give Nebraska like a 70%.
Purdue,
Say
Purdue.
70.
It's Purdue do.
Same thing.
Rutgers, Correcciono's going to
60. I'll give that 65.
I'm going to call that a 50-50.
That's a 50-50 game.
That's a 50-50 game. That's 50-50 game. So I'm saying that their floor is 4-8, and their ceiling is 7-5, Tell me, y'all didn't agree with me, but y'all just went through the schedule here and pretty much agreed with me.
I've seen somebody, Jackson Johnson. Does he run the Nebraska channel?
No.
Jackson Johnson is an Alabama guy.
I'm just telling everybody, tune in to Cornhuskers Live from Justin Adams every Tuesday night. He makes some wonderful content on the Nebraska channel.
Yeah. There is that. We do have other channels on this network.
Of course.
Sorry, Jackson.
Well,
Yeah,
I guarantee you, if you ran my Big 8 by him, he would be happier than a pig in slop.
Let me give Jackson a couple of minutes. Jackson, shout the network out. Tell them what's going on and around the network, if you would.
Oh, absolutely. Well, as of last night, we saw the Big Ten Live show, the deep dive from Tony Altamore, Tony Saracusa, and Lars Hansen going over the deep dive for USC, UCLA, Washington, and Oregon. But before all that, we saw Ryan Herrings from Locked On Badgers coming on to talk with Mark about the latest on the Wisconsin Badgers going into the 2024 season. And I'll tell you right now, it's an amazing show. You're not going to want to miss it. And tomorrow night, we've got an exciting edition of After Dark, where we will be discussing whether 2020 helped or hurt your team. If you had a great season in 2020, you didn't do so hot then. But if you had a bad season in 2020, it worked all right for you. But if you don't believe in curses or hexes, all that, come on in and debate it. Come on in and debate on the
I
chat.
can tell you now, Tennessee is way better off since 2020.
Well, yeah, I will say this: you're way better since 2018. That's for sure. I mean, because that's all I've got to compare it to, right? I mean,
Well, yeah, because that's when Tennessee and West Virginia played each other.
Right, that's all I've got to compare it to. And mind you, I don't think we're the dominant team because we beat you that year. I just think that we were a lot better team that year than you were. Tennessee was down for so long. I look back at Tennessee and I think about those days back when Fulmer was your coach and stuff, and how good you were.
Well,
God, you guys
we were
fell
playing.
off.
Well, it wasn't just hot potato with head coaches; it was hot potato with ADs as well. I mean, literally, you could do a whole video series.
Oh yeah.
On the cluster F of 20
Actually,
years
I think Uncle Lou did a whole video series on that, didn't he?
No, actually, you're thinking of those idiots at Talking Balls.
Oh, okay.
Now, I will give them this.
I knew
they called it the fall of the balls, and I will give them this. This was really good. I'm just saying because I think Boogie Bentley's a prick, but that's another story for another time. But I look at what they did. They basically told a year-by-year basis from the minute we won the national championship in '98 to when Josh Heupel got hired. Just all the.
Hold on a second, TriStar. I'm sorry. Good friend of mine, my favorite buddy in the whole world, Dave Brown knows who he is too. Mr. Doug of Fishing in the house. What are you doing, you handsome fat man? Mr. Doug of Fishing. He is a great guy. I mean, my gosh, Mr. Doug of Fishing. Subscribe up to his channel if you guys out there have never don't know who Mr. Doug of Fishing is. You got to subscribe up to Mr. Doug of Fishing. And Dave Brown too, who's in here tonight. You got to subscribe up to Dave Brown. So, but Mr. Doug of Fishing, appreciate you being here, brother. Love you, man. All right, sorry, TriStar.
So basically, why I say that the Tennessee football program really started going downhill was when Doug Dickey stepped down. He retired as the athletic director. He was the athletic director that made Fulmer the head coach that was there in the 90s, early 2000s. Then Mike Hamilton became the athletic director, and he set us back so many years He's the one that hired Derek Dooley. He's the one that hired Lane Kiffin. He's the one that got rid of Bruce Pearl in basketball. He fumbled the whole replacement of Pat Summitt. He did a lot of bad things that set us back years. And then next we bring in Dave Hart. The only good thing Dave Hart did was he brought in Rick Barnes to coach basketball. And then Rick Barnes left. Then we had John Curry for about a year in 2017. And one good thing he did, he brought us Tony Patella, which, again, you can just watch the College World Series last 3-4 years, see how we did. So that's been one really good thing. But then there was infighting with him and the boosters because he was going to bring in Mike Leach, but he didn't tell anybody, and that got canceled. And then he was going to bring in Greg Schiano. Well, the fans didn't want Greg Schiano because, you know, the whole Penn State thing and how he coached there. Well, we don't want that connection. So then basically Philip Fulmer, with all his connections, started pushing that rumor about Schiano and everything, which turned to be true. And he weaseled his way into the athletic director position because Philip Fulmer is one of the biggest snakes you'll ever meet in your life. He staffed so many people in the back. I know Johnny Major's son, Bobby, is still alive. Did you ever notice, I don't know if y'all ever paid attention to Tennessee football, but until Philip Fulmer was fired in 2008, Johnny Majors never showed up one time at Knoxville for a Tennessee game. You know, he's a legend in Tennessee. You know, played there, got Tennessee back on track in the late 80s, did a lot of really good things. Tennessee got there through. But in 1992, Johnny Majors has to have bypass surgery, has to have open heart surgery. While he's in surgery and in recovery, Phil Fulmer is the interim head coach while Johnny Majors is having his surgery and recovery. Well, Tennessee does good for a few games. They beat Georgia, who they weren't supposed to beat. They beat Florida, who they weren't supposed to beat. They beat LSU, who they weren't supposed to beat. Well, he then goes to Doug Dickey and tells him, oh, hey, make me the head coach. If not, I'm leaving. And Doug Dickey liked Fulmer, and Fulmer was a newer guy at the time. He was the offense coordinator under Johnny Majors, and basically stabbed Johnny Majors in the back.
That's why I can't really stand Phil Fulmer because he just had he just
I know for Alabama it's the whole Albert Means thing, and he's a snitch. I know.
Oh, it's not even that. Like, I mean, you don't like Bama, that's fine. But what he did to Johnny Majors, that was just scummy.
Yeah, and then this, like, for y'all don't know, John Curry, when Fulmer got fired, was the guy in the Tennessee Athletic Department who signed off on him getting fired.
Hey, TriStar, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Are you going to be saved when Mr. Duggar's people take over the world? I'm just wondering, you know.
Well, I was going to say,
Mr. Doug Efficient, you know, he's got 600 loyal subjects that will be saved.
well, he's got if he's got 600, he's got a little ways to catch me. I'm about 2,000, so he's got a little ways to catch me.
Oh, I guarantee you, if Mr. Duggar even tried, because he don't even try, if Mr. Duggar tried, he'd have like 40,000 subscribers. Am I right, Mr. Dave Brown? Am I right?
Now, here's the thing. Now, I'm an East Tennessee hillbilly. I mean, I'm hard to beat. Now, I'm an old East Tennessee hillbilly.
But yeah,
Mr. Duggar's an awesome guy.
Oh yeah, let's get Mr. Duggar to 1,000. He's what 367 subs.
By the way, when I say I'm at 1,900, I'm on Twitter.
There we go.
Because I do most of my stuff on Twitter because it's hard for me to do YouTube on the road, and I connect to a lot more people on Twitter than I do on here.
Yeah, well, Twitter's a little bit easier to get followers and subscribers too than YouTube. YouTube can be a bitch.
So I do most of my spaces and stuff.
Gutter is back. Hi, Gutter. There's my trivia co-host.
Oh, man. My boy, Mr. B Bean's still talking his mess about me.
Hey, Gutters. There's a link. Gutters and Mr. Duggar and B Bean, if you want to. Hey, why don't y'all come in here with us for a minute?
I'll tell you what.
We're just hanging out. We're talking college football.
We're just hanging out, shooting the breeze. I mean,
Talking
You know
college
what,
football.
Gutters Pub? We can talk about whatever you want to, dear. You come on in here and hang out with us. You can come on in here and just show your lovely face, and we'll have like 6,000 people in this chat with no time. You get in here.
I just want to know if anybody's ever going to talk about my team. I mean,
Well,
we're-
we
no,
talked about
wait. So is that Louisville?
yeah.
Oh,
Got an
so the fight
No,
in
he's,
Jim Court.
he's a
Wait,
baseball fan. That's Arizona. He's a baseball fan.
no, that's Louisville. He's a fan of the fighting Jim Cornettes. That's who he's a fan of.
Look here. All right, Mr. TriStar, you got to
St.
shut
Louis.
up and bow down because Mr. Duggar, the handsome fat man's in the house. What are you doing, Mr. Duggar?
Hey, dude, I just got through watching A&M whoop up on some Bulls.
Oh,
Little
yeah.
rats.
Yeah, it was
TriStar,
not a
do you
good
wanna
night.
talk about that?
It was. We were off tonight. We did not have a good night, but
We're gonna
it's
go ahead
okay.
and bring, the boys are gonna bring their broom. They're gonna sweep the Bulls, dude. They can't
wait.
fade our pitching.
Wait, who's your team, sir?
Texas
A&M.
A&M.
Oh, so he's a Southwest Conference member. Okay.
You smell like what?
Oh my gosh.
West
Them
Conference.
fighting words. Them fighting
He's
words.
just trying to get a probing, ain't he?
You know, TriStar.
We're the real
TriStar,
UT, by the way.
Your ass sucks, buttermilk.
Hey, wait, hold on a second. Hey, what about that little cult Boy Scout crap wearing the assless chaps cheerleaders y'all got? Those yell leaders, whatever. What kind of Brokeback Mountain crap is that?
See, you're the typical type of person. I already know who you are. You're almost like Tia. You know, when you got something that's very distinguished and all around the world is praised for their military and their Christian values. But you want to come over here and make it like it's some kind of sadistic sexual thing. Where you from? California part of
No, I am from Polk County, Tennessee, sir.
Oh, that explains it all. They didn't like Californians now.
No.
Oh, the moonshine's there. Moonshine.
No, here's the thing, sir. If it was not for the state of Tennessee, y'all would be speaking Spanish right now.
I appreciate the help too, but we ran out of bullets. So that's the only reason we lost.
No, listen, the heroes of the Alamo were all Tennessee people. Davy Crockett, Tennessee. Your biggest city, Houston. Guess where Sam Houston's from?
I know where he's from.
He's from Tennessee. Guess who was the president? Guess who was the president of the United States of America when Texas became a state? James Knox Polk. Guess where James Knox Polk is from? Tennessee. So literally, if it was not for us in Tennessee, Texas would still be Mexico.
Slow down.
Tri-State.
Motherfucker
TriStar,
died.
why are you yelling?
He died there, but he gave Sam Houston.
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't yelling.
To rally the troops at San Jacinto. What he's saying is everlasting truth, and God bless them Patriots. And it's a wonderful thing that they would do something that most people wouldn't do.
All right, so let me point something out to you, TriStar. A good friend of mine right now is down in Texas, and he sent me this picture that shows why Texas is better. And I'm gonna share this with you, TriStar, why Texas and Texas A&M is better than Tennessee. Right there, that's his waitress. So
great gobbledygook.
Wait, where is that at?
In Texas, where everything's bigger.
Yeah, that's in Texas. That's in
I
Texas.
mean,
That's his waitress in Texas right now.
but listen, that could be any Hooters in the country. Okay.
Well, those aren't Hooters.
They mean
Those aren't
Hooters.
Hooters at all.
Man, you're a little confused.
I know
Oh wait, wait.
that's the rear,
That's
not the
right.
front.
Wait.
You're at
That's
cheap.
right. I forgot. It's bi-star, not tri-star. That's why he's an ass man. He's bi-star, not tri-star. I forgot about that.
Yikes.
They'll be butt cheeks there, Butterbean. Good Lord.
Oh my God.
Well, here's the thing. You know what? He won't say that, but hey, Joey and Dave and all y'all, you know what they say about, the only thing that comes out of Texas are steers, and I'm not going to say the other word because I don't want this video getting taken down.
And
You
West
probably know
Virginia, you said West Virginia, same thing, or Tennessee.
No, listen, Tennessee.
You know,
we're
them
only-
Virginia boys are all right. It's in Tennessee, loudmouth that I can't.
See, West Virginia has an identity crisis. They don't know what they want.
You
So
just
why
tell them,
that?
you just compliment
They don't know
them.
if they want to be Southern, Mid-Atlantic, Northeastern, Midwest. They don't know what they want to be.
You just tell them nice tooth, and they'll be your friend.
That's right. Nice
You
tooth.
admire that tooth, and they'll be all right. Nice tooth there, fella. What will boy you?
Well, the best example for Kentucky and West Virginia is, have y'all been seeing this thing called the Redneck Brawl?
I don't even know what they eat.
It's Catfish Cooley and Andrew Kahn. They're actually doing it in Oklahoma City. They got a lot of people from like Boone County, West Virginia, and as they like to say, the 606 Eastern Kentucky.
Yeah, and I hope them
Man,
shorts are hungry.
our chat's come back to life since I posted that video or posted that picture.
Yeah, let's look at it again. Just make sure it was what I was thinking.
Make sure it was
You look
right.
like she need to be spanked whether she did anything wrong or not.
Okay, now here's a question: is Texas a southern state or its own region?
Texas is a sovereign republic.
Is that any better for you there, Douglas?
I think you,
Whoa,
Joey,
there we go.
my heart grew 2 times today.
I think my heart grew about 5 times seeing that.
Oh, it wasn't my,
on there, Art.
It wasn't my heart.
You remember? You don't remember Slim being right? Got it right next to my heart. My heart. That ain't my heart.
Yeah, BB, I agree with you. Where's Nate's great? Where's Nate's great when we need him?
Yeah, I mean, hey, Nate's out there in Omaha. Maybe he was at the College World Series.
I'll tell you, Oilers fan forever need to see him a couple of those.
Now listen, I love Omaha. I ain't got nothing against the fine people of Omaha. The company I've been with for over a year, they're in and out of Omaha a lot. I've gotten to know that place really well.
TriStar, you're turning into a robot.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, let me.
Mess with the alien, get your shit booked.
How about now?
No, still sucks.
Hold on a second. I'll be back.
I remember the days when Tennessee was actually North Carolina. Tennessee was North Carolina. Kentucky and West Virginia were Virginia. That's how far I go back.
Yeah.
Me and Joey we're just Virginians.
I was around. I can remember now. Never mind. I won't go into my age. But
And Track Dave, he's Carolinian. Yeah,
Hey, I remember when Kentucky was a part of Virginia.
that's what I'm talking about. And Tennessee was part of North Carolina.
Mississippi was a part of Georgia.
I owned it all, but I sold it for some beads and BBs.
Georgia went from the Savannah River to the Mississippi River.
hey, did y'all know a good friend of mine, Thomas Jefferson, made the Louisiana Purchase? Y'all knew that?
Wow,
He was a good friend of mine.
Joey, I knew you was old. I didn't know you was that old. You knew Thomas Jefferson.
1810, I think it was.
Man, look at her.
1810, something like that.
Bean says, we know how old you are. You're 49. Yeah, I'm 49 old.
49 for the
I've been
49 decades?
I'm in 49. That's right. 49 decades.
That's
No,
why.
no,
That's why he's a wizard, man.
He's been around Joey's been around so long. He knows everything. I mean,
right.
shoot. You could say Joey's so old. He was there. He was in kindergarten class with Jesus Christ.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
He
Joey
witnessed.
was there.
Joey witnessed Moses part the Red Sea.
Joey was there.
Joey's the
when
one that knocked
Yale,
down the apple to Eve to make her eat the apple.
Hey, he ain't no snake, man.
Joey was there when Yale played their first football game and Rutgers played their first football game.
So you watched Rutgers and Princeton in 1869?
That's right.
Man, how was that? I
Got a
guarantee that
senior discount too.
that'd be the greatest game ever.
That was the mascot.
Oh, he was the mascot.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. Man, we have been going for 4 hours and 5 minutes. We've had a good time. I hope everybody had a good time. Everybody have a good time?
Oh, I've had a great time.
It's been a lot of fun. I love all you guys. I appreciate all you guys coming in here and supporting me and joining me in this show. We're trying to get this channel going. You know, it's not a new channel. We've had this channel for a couple of years, but Golden Blue Dude, everybody remembers Golden
Rest
Blue
in
Dude.
peace.
I hope, rest in peace. Good friend of mine. I loved him, and well, he didn't start this channel. Actually, Mark and I talked about this channel, and I talked Mark into doing this channel years ago, and I told him, I said, we'll get Golden Blue Dude to come over and do a show on here every week, and we'll get this channel started. And Golden Blue Dude, rest in peace, got us going, got us up over 1,000 subscribers, got us monetized, and passed away. And for the last couple of months, I've decided to try to get this channel going again and having some fun. And it's finally starting to pick up, and we're having some fun. And right here, this is proof. You know, great support on YouTube from my friends Jackson Johnson, Dave Brown, TriStar, Mr. Tugger, Austin, B Bean, Gutter Pup, everybody that's ever been on one of these panels and ever been in this chat. It's all because of you guys that were able to keep us going. And you know, it's just a lot of fun. I just want to hang out, have fun with my friends, talk some college football, talk smack. You know, I love talking smack with Dave Brown and Austin tonight about Louisville and how they can't beat West Virginia and they suck. And I love talking to Jackson Johnson about how Alabama's so scared to play West Virginia again after 2014. But they have to do it again in 2027, and they're going down. And I love talking to TriStar about how West Virginia kicked their ass in 2018, and they couldn't beat them today. And Mr. Duggar, well, he's got a leg up on me because last time we played Texas A&M, well, they kicked our ass. They kicked our ass. So.
Well, here's the thing. You got to remember, Texas A&M, you know what the A&M stands for, right?
Go ahead, put out your little joke, everybody.
Applebee's and McDonald's, because that's where all the graduates were.
There you go.
Hey, listen, you guys stick around in the back room with me for a little bit. But
Did you go to school, dude?
I went to trade school.
You okay? And yet you're going to talk about a college that has more rivalries, more natties.
I mean, listen, you guys don't line up to Tennessee. It's not even a question.
Oh my God!
I mean, literally, the last time you won a national championship, Adolf Hitler was storming Poland. Okay.
Good for him. Good for him.
If you ask me, now listen, I'm an outsider here. You ask me who the better football program is, better basketball program,
you got rid of Jumbo.
Better baseball program, especially tonight. I'm gonna tell you, Texas A&M. Yeah, Texas A&M will whip your ass. Hey, listen, guys.
What was that?
Y'all stick around. We'll hang out. Oh, look, wait. No, we ain't going nowhere. Hold on a second. Because there's somebody in the back room that I absolutely love to death, and I've got to bring them in. Gigi, what's going on, girl?
What's up?
What's going on?
Now we get to sit here and hang out for a little while longer because Gigi's here.
Well, I was actually when I heard you say, I was trying to get Marvin situated, and because he just got home, and so I was getting him situated. And I heard you say you were gonna sign off, and so I heard him run in here going, "Wait,
Oh, okay.
no,
So you wanna hang out? You wanna hang out in the back room, or you wanna
yeah,
hang
that's
out with
fine.
us? Oh, okay.
It doesn't
All
matter.
right. Well,
Yeah.
then
Let's
we'll do that. All right.
all put
So
our footballs away. Put your footballs away. Bring out your bowling balls because it's time for a gutter ball.
well, I'll tell you
That's
what I'm gonna
right.
do.
That's
I'll
right,
post
Dave.
I'll post a link one more time out there in chat. Anybody wants to come in here and hang out with us in the back room, come on in now. Here's your last chance. Come on in now. Everyone, I'm gonna play a little bit of.
Hey,
All right, so
Bean.
we got a new show called Crossover Thirsty. I'm gonna play the intro to Crossover Thirsty for you guys, and then we're gonna end this stream, and we're all gonna hang out in the back room. You guys come and join us. Everyone have a great night. I love you. Thank you for being here. See you later.
I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done.